95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We serve you the latest update on everything. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Okay, welcome to more broadcast on your premium talk station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Don Wilson, and I also have in the building Sir Emmanuel Ndukwe. You're welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much, Don. Good morning, and good morning, Nigeria.
All right, so a little explanation. This is Insight. That's the name of the segment for the next let's see now, 55 minutes. Yes, we'll be having an awesome conversation with your good selves out there about, well, this, that, and the other in Nigeria. Now, to be part of the show, when that time rolls around, of course, here are the numbers. You can call 0810-9510-951. That's 0810-9510-951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes, 0701-9339-962. That's 0701-9339-962. Now, you can also be part of the show via our social media handles. We have many on YouTube, Today 951 FM. That's for YouTube. You can watch, listen, and comment. Today 951 FM. On Facebook, I do believe we have a post running, and we'll be discussing that topic in a moment. Today 95.1 FM, that's for Facebook. Today 95.1 FM. You can also be part of the show via Instagram, X, and Twitch. Today FM 951. They all share the same handle. Today FM 951. You can be part of the show via the website www.todayfmlive.com, www.todayfmlive.com. Listen live is what you want to tap, and you're in. Apps, TuneIn, Radio Garden have got you covered. Google Play Store and Apple Store have also got you covered if you're searching for said apps. So simply go download TuneIn or Radio Garden and search Today 95.1 FM. Yeah, easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they say. Now, of course, when I open the phone lines, please, and please, how they say it in Igbo, ejim chuku rioge or riono. I beg you, 1 minute. 1 minute, please. So get your thoughts together. 1 minute. But yeah, there is a little bit of a reprieve. I've been a respite, whatever. 30 seconds. If what you're saying is pleasing to the ear, then yes, I'll grant you 30 seconds. After that, you hear me say, all right, which means I'm about to yank you off the phone. I'd rather not cut you off mid-sentence, because it's not a pleasant feeling. So please, all right, don't make me the bad guy. All right, let's get into the conversations. We'll start with a Rivers State-centered topic and then work our way outside. So according to the leadership, they have this headline: Group urges Atiku to drop Amechi as 2027 running mate. So the Southern Political Progressives Amalgamation Forum, that's SPPAF, has urged former Vice President Atiku Abubakar not to pick former Rivers State Governor Rotimi Amechi as his running mate in the 2027 presidential election, arguing that the former minister lacks the political influence to strengthen the African Democratic Congress ADC's electoral prospects. In a statement issued on Friday, the forum spokespersons Johnson Iheanacho, Eniafe Ayomide, and Anga Fidelis said the emergence of the opposition coalition on the platform of the ADC had given many Nigerians hope of a credible alternative to the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. The group, however, said reports suggesting that Atiku may select Amechi as his running mate were troubling, citing the former governor's previous criticism of Atiku during the party's presidential primary. According to the forum, Amechi publicly questioned Atiku's ability to defeat President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and also dismissed suggestions that he could serve as Atiku's running mate, raising concerns about his commitment to the coalition. The report that Atiku may pick Amechi as his running mate, I'm quoting them, of course, verbatim, are worrying. The former minister no longer has the political influence needed to attract votes for the ADC. Amechi cannot deliver Rivers State or the wider Niger Delta to the party and would become a political liability instead of an electoral asset, the group said. The forum also criticized Amechi's record as governor of Rivers State, alleging that his administration left salary arrears, unpaid pensions, the abandoned monorail project, and prolonged court closures, among other issues that it claimed diminished his popularity. It further alleged that politicians backed by Amechi have consistently lost elections in Rivers State since 2015, which it said reflected his declining political relevance in the state. The group also referred to reports alleging that Amechi demanded control of key ministries and government agencies as part of discussions over the vice presidential ticket, although it acknowledged that the claims have not been independently verified. The forum advised Atiku to choose a running mate with stronger grassroots support and broader electoral appeal, arguing that such a decision would improve the ADC's chances of defeating the APC in the 2027 presidential elections. All right, let's get talking. I know, okay, fine, we hear all the bad they seem to have said about Amechi, but many people, well, the callers and one or two people in some sectors would tell you that Amechi was one of the best governors Rivers State ever had and all of that. So one wonders why this shift. Or could it be the statements credited to him earlier before the ADC primaries, and it's now looking like his words are coming back to bite him?
Go off.
Okay. Sorry, guys. We a little bit of a technical issue with the microphone, but it's been sorted. All right.
You see, no man, no human, this includes woman,
All right.
no human will always be loved by everybody. And so, if, for instance, I come up to say I want to do something, even though not in politics, certainly not in politics, every other thing at all, every other endeavor, I come out to say I want to lead in this place. Those who don't love Emmanuel Ndukwe will come out and criticize that and tell people not to follow him.
Okay.
So it stays, it can be for every other human. Because for me, all the reasons these people, this group has given about Amechi, completely inconsequential.
Yeah.
To me,
Okay.
and remember, Don, I have no link with politics at all. Yet, all that they have said are inconsequential.
Okay.
And there are those who may be mired into politics, Nigerian brand, who will also see it as see them as inconsequential.
All right.
And there are those who it might make to stand up and clap and say, yeah, these are reasons that you remove Amechi from there. For me, those are not capable reasons to make Amechi not to be chosen, assuming Atiku, as he has been chosen.
Yes.
Because when they are writing this as if it's going to be future or what, I think we understand that Amechi has already been chosen as Atiku's running mate. So, if they talk about monorail, I want to go back to all that they have said.
All right.
Oftentimes in this country, governors have started projects and may not complete them. And once they leave, because of acrimony that exists, others that supplants them may not look at that and entirely. It might even become bush. And so if it happens to Amechi, he's not alone in such.
Okay.
For me, I've lived in Rivers State for quite some years. And I think I rate Amechi as one of the best governors Rivers State has ever had. This is strictly Emmanuel Ndukwe's opinion. Every other human will have his own. So if anybody is saying that he didn't pay salaries or whatever and all that, well, those are his flaws. No human is perfect. Any member of that group, if he comes up, if he's raised up, and he's looking for anything viable in this country to run as a head, he will have criticism the way they have come up against Amechi.
All right.
Now, I think if Atiku wants to choose Amechi, I'm not sure that he will just have that desire alone.
Okay.
The ADC apparatchiks would have sat down and then went through, because it's something in the past, they have gone through it, and then said that Amechi is the viable person they want to choose.
Okay.
And so they have every right to choose him.
All right.
And they've done so already. Except this group is giving us a hint that they are going to drop him tomorrow.
All right.
And until they mention that, we wait and see when they mention it, we'll start talking about that.
All right. So for those of you out there listening and might be wondering, yeah, the ADC did pick him. So what's going on? First of all, for the article, it was I had to I verified it, but let's still re-verify. I had to use AI to make sure that it wasn't a fake site or somebody had hacked the what they call it, the website. The article, Group urges Atiku to drop Amechi as 2027 running mate, was published about 14 hours ago, making it a fresh development in the ongoing 2027 political realignment. So you can go and get yourself a copy of Leadership and check it out there. 14 hours ago, that came out. Now, two questions. First question, could it be that this group is being used as, let's see now, a weapon fashioned against the choosing of Amechi? That's one. Two, could it be that the group is actually right because while the ADC has picked Amechi, Atiku Abubakar, the former vice president, hasn't unveiled him himself? So that could be the road they're using to pass.
Well, whatever reason may be standing up for them to use and against Amechi or even ADC, I think whether Atiku accepts it or not, Atiku is not a little person at all.
Yes.
I just want to come to the grassroots, that using a little person so that everybody will understand what I'm talking about.
Okay.
See, if Atiku sees Amechi as unfit to be chosen as his vice, he would have said that much.
Okay.
However, there will always be this particular alternative. It could also be that opposition within ADC and opposition from outside against Amechi and against ADC are the ones sponsoring this particular smear campaign.
All right.
That I will look at it that way.
Okay.
So for me, they didn't give any reason that is strong to make Amechi not to be picked. Since ADC, the political party they all belong to, have decided to choose him, I don't think those groups have relevance in the knocking him off.
All right. Do you think this is lobbying by, I don't know, forces unknown or somebody who would prefer to be picked as the presidential, a vice presidential candidate? So do you think this could be a sort of subtle lobbying by, well, unseen forces or unseen hands that would prefer to be picked?
Yes. The answer is yes, and like I always say, that yes is in capital letters. You see, Don, in Nigeria, the politics, the brand of politics they practice here is completely very dirty. Very, very dirty. And all of them will deny that, but that's the reality on ground, because they will come up with whatever to make sure that somebody is run down. And that's what they are doing to Amechi. And I think Amechi is a general in that field. Yes. No politician can be removed from that circle of dirtiness of Nigerian politics. None. From Atiku to all of them, even those in authority today, all of them are mired in that dirty politics. So it won't be something surprising to Amechi. Neither will it be to ADC, because it's a hallmark of where people who are politicians, big politicians, stay. And of course, all of them have their history. They love the dirty politics they are playing. All of them. So you cannot say that, well, Amechi will be surprised, neither Atiku or ADC establishment. So I think it's something that they have known. It could be a subtle lobbying for somebody who wants to replace Amechi there. When that person also goes in there, then his own flaws will be reeled out.
All right.
That is it.
All right, so that's politics. All right, elephant in the room, let's, at least for you and I, let's put this to bed once and for all. Does Amechi still possess significant political capital in Rivers and the South-South?
Yes, if you come in that way, I will say, yes, he's been off the circle of politics for quite some time. However, I know that when Chief Obasanjo left as a military leader till 1999, when he was picked again, there was that particular vacuum, as it were, in terms of his continuous political career. But he was picked. And whichever way one looks at him, he tried his best as civilian president. So if anybody is telling me that Amechi has lost all that glory or glamour he has in politics because he has been away from Nigerian politics for quite some time, I will tell the person, no, bring him back. Perhaps what the way Obasanjo did it, Amechi could also do it.
All right. Let's go to the next topic for discourse before we'll be opening the phone lines, but let's go to the next topic for discourse, and that's a rather touchy one. Let's see. I'm trying to get it to open. The headline reads: Court judgment clears Tinubu of allegations of interfering in judiciary. I'm trying to get it to open from the Daily Post. All right, it's open. So court judgment clears Tinubu of allegations of interfering in judiciary, and that's Matawali saying that. The Minister of State for Defense, Mohammed Matawali, has said a recent High Court judgment recognizing the leadership of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has cleared President Bola Tinubu of allegations that he interfered with the judiciary. In a statement issued on Friday in Kaduna, Matawali said the court's decision proved that the president respects the independence of the court and adheres to democratic principles. A high court in Abuja dismissed a lawsuit challenging the leadership of the ADC under former Senate President David Mark. The court ruled that the party's leadership was in line with its constitution and the law. Reacting to the judgment, Matawali said, quote, Tinubu's refusal to interfere with the judgment shows his commitment to democracy and judicial independence. He also said the ruling confirmed David Mark's position as ADC's leader and rejected claims that Tinubu was trying to influence the judiciary or turn Nigeria into a one-party state. So, given what the minister is saying or has said, could it be that it's not the president that is causing, most of this NDC issues, labor issues, that issue, but maybe could be people that walk the corridors of power with him? Because this seems to exonerate President Bola Tinubu.
You see that?
Why are you laughing? No, it's an honest question.
Absolutely. You see, the thing is ludicrous. So there's no way I won't laugh. You see, there is no time that a child will come up and say the mother is not the best cook. The mother may be the worst cook. But the child will always hail the mom as the best cook. And so I am seeing Matawale as that child hailing President Tinubu. So who says that if President Tinubu, for instance, I don't know myself, if President Tinubu stands up and says, no, I don't want these opposition members so that they won't topple me and I lose out in this, will it be the first to have done such? The answer is no. And so what would be too wrong if Tinubu interferes with, because he's not coming out openly, use microphone and announcing that I'm going to interfere with these opposition parties so that they won't come in and then topple me. No. But when you put two and two together, perhaps in secret, you can do that. Now, let me ask Matawali questions. Who appointed the Chief Justice of Nigeria? Is President Tinubu. Who appointed the INEC chairman and all the officials? Who appointed them? Is President Tinubu. And then if you also request them to help him out, because the areas they also could help him, will it be too much bad? You see, I say things frankly, the way I believe. I'm still not perfect. As a man, there may be errors in all that I'm saying. But I am saying that they have, in fact, the linguistics exist before I was even conceived. Now, the issue is that they are saying whoever plays the piper dictates the tune. Now, if he is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and he has immense power to appoint all these people that occupy positions, are you telling me, for instance, if he had appointed me and then he says, now try and make sure that the way is cleared for me, except otherwise I am so much principled, I'll throw in the towel. If I am not, I will help him because he has also helped me. And in this life, don't let me tell you, when right hand washes the left washes the right. So anybody that is saying something otherwise is not being, in fact, is being economical with the truth. So who says President Tinubu may not do such as charged? So Matawale should also understand again the principle, the principle of politicians in Nigeria, that no enmity, no permanent enmity, no permanent friendship, but interest is permanent. Let him decipher the meaning of that.
All right. So that means in an ideal situation where there was independence of institutions and the chief judge of the federation, the INEC chairman were more or less independently chosen, then this headline would have been dead. There wouldn't have been a need for such a headline.
Yes. You see, Don, when they are saying that it does not interfere, yes, with greatest respect due a human institution, the court judgment is respected, at least by Emmanuel Ndukwe and perhaps other humans. But I also tell you that let them tell us the meaning of there's no permanent enmity, no permanent friendship, but there's permanent interest. In politics, Nigerian brand especially.
All right, so let's turn the lens on the judiciary for a second. So, do you think the judgment is evidence enough that the judiciary is independent, or are we, well, reading too much into a singular case, or is there something expected to happen in the coming days, hence this judgment?
You see, I am not a lawyer to know maybe the register, the legal register to use to fit in very snugly in this case. But I tell you that I am sufficiently educated to understand certain things. See, if anybody is telling me, let's even talk about the independence of the judiciary, no matter even if they like, let them be independent from the floor here to the sun. You know, the distance is far. Good. It still does not mean or remove the fact that the judicial officers could help whoever helped them. When you said that judges don't attend ceremonies and all that, do they need to attend ceremonies to also help their fellow human beings the way their fellow human beings are? Was it not somebody that helped them to be in the position they are? Man is made to show sympathy with somebody who sincerely, let's even use the word sincerely, desires something from them. So I am saying if President Tinubu does that, if interface, it's not bad. You know why I'm saying it's not bad? They have said it in their primary philosophy that permanent interest is what moves with politics, and that's what is. That is why if you are going for election, will you also be praying that let your opponent win you? No, you will pray for yourself first. What are they saying? Matawale is saying that thing, and he knows the answer is just coming out to rabble-rouse the entire people.
All right. Soon I'll be throwing the phone lines open. Here's one for you when you do call. You on the outside looking in, yes, Sir Emmanuel and myself are analyzing this, but you on the outside looking in, do you think that this one case seems to be tipping the scales to an independent-minded judiciary, or is there something coming ahead and the judiciary has gone ahead to, well, make sure that ADC still finds itself on the ballot for reasons best known to, well, the power brokers? Anyway, while you guys chew on that, let's move to the next question, or rather the next topic for discourse, and that is the scandal that has been rocking Nigeria of recent. An agency, a government agency, finds itself, finds budget allocations for itself. A government agency has an office. The head of the government agency actually had photo sessions with the EFCC boss and had meetings. Well, we saw the videos are flying around. And now the office of, well, the person of Femi Gbajabiamila is saying such a thing did not exist, while the other party is saying it did exist. He paid 400 million naira kickback or bribe or something. And all that has been flying around. And people are like trying to connect the dots. If this agency is false, how is it that they have an office? And they have an office inside a government area. How is it that the budget makes allocations for it, or makes financial allocations for it? How is this and how is that? Ladies and gentlemen, there's a new development in the PFICP scandal. Now, according to the Vanguard, federal government has questions to answer, and that's Falana, Atiku, NDC, others demand probe. So, more Nigerians yesterday expressed outrage over the scandal rocking the controversial Presidential Foreign Interventions Promotion Council, PFIPC, which the presidency claimed was fake but was allocated 24 billion naira in the 2026 national budget. Among those who reacted and demanded an immediate investigation into the scandal are human rights lawyer Femi Falana, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, civil rights group Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, Huriwa, the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, the they said, okay, they wrote that twice, and others. They also want the Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila, to step aside pending the investigation. So a little bit of context for those of you that don't know that there is a Watergate scandal. Like the Americans have had, they've had many scandals. The Monica Lewinsky scandal as well. Trouble started on June 11 when the office of the Chief of Staff disowned one Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi for allegedly presenting himself as Director General of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, which the presidency said did not exist. Gbajabiamila said he petitioned security agencies in October 2025 after forged appointment letters surfaced, and Adeyemi was later charged before the Federal High Court for forgery, impersonation, and obtaining by false pretenses. Adeyemi, however, denied all the allegations against him, saying he was ready to clear his name in court. He also demanded an independent panel from the president, claiming that his accusers were trying to silence him. He had earlier said on television that Gbajabiamila gave him appointment letter and that the court would determine if he was a criminal or not. Now, let's get the takes of Falana and the rest. Now, according to Femi Falana, SAN, he says the presidency's explanation on the matter has left Nigeria exposed to unprecedented ridicule. Speaking yesterday on a particular radio station, Falana queried, how did an agency that is not created by law find its way into the Appropriation Act of Nigeria? That's a budget.
That's me.
How did that body get an office in the Federal Secretariat? How did that body successfully open accounts in the Central Bank of Nigeria? How did the head of service post about 300 staff to that office? The government will have to explain to Nigerians how a sum of 24 billion was budgeted for an unknown agency, as well as how that agency had accounts with the Central Bank of Nigeria. He insisted the issue is bigger than the man on trial. If this is a con man that can con the presidency into issuing a letter of appointment, con the central bank into opening accounts, con the National Assembly into inserting the agency into the budget, I think the government is kidding. Falana said the National Assembly must explain how an agency unknown to law was inserted in the budget, citing Section 81 of the Constitution. He noted that the appropriation bills originate from the executive. You cannot have an agency that is not created by law in the budget of a country, he said, adding that the presidency's statement left gaping holes. Now, let's see if we can jump to Atiku. All right. So Atiku gives Tinubu 7 days to prove or risk complicity charge. The presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Atiku Abubakar, has given President Bola Tinubu a 7-day ultimatum to order a transparent, comprehensive, and independent investigation into the scandal rocking the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, warning that failure to do so would deepen public suspicion that powerful interests in the government benefited from the alleged fraud. So that's him. I want to jump down to NDC so that we can have this conversation. Reacting, the ADC named 10 federal government officials, offices, and institutions it wants investigated over the scandal. The opposition party said the controversy has raised grave questions about institutional integrity, governance, accountability, and national security under the administration of President Bola Ahmed. In a statement issued yesterday and signed by its National Publicity Secretary, it said the party had studied the July 1 statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, that's Bayo Onanuga, but insisted that the statement left more questions than answers. According to the ADC, the presidency, by its own account, described PFIPC as a fictitious organization, yet the same body allegedly operated across multiple arms of the federal government, interfaced with ministries, corresponded with public institutions, engaged foreign diplomats, and obtained official recognition from different quarters. Okay, so let's jump to the NDC so that we can talk about this. Okay, so NDC. It says it was alarmed by the scandal, which, according to it, raises fundamental questions about the level of transparency, accountability, and the integrity of the Tinubu administration. The party, in a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, or SAR Director, said it found it troubling that an agency the presidency claims does not exist could open multiple high-level financial accounts at the Apex Bank For even an individual to open a domiciliary account, stringent documentation is required. How then was a fictitious agency able to open such accounts? Blah, 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 blah. Guys, we know the story. Whew.
Well, Don, let's not belabor on this. The way I look at the issues, I started like every other human, growing from 1 year, 2 years, till the years I am.
All right.
You see, when somebody comes up with certain proposals that shrieks of maybe evil,
okay,
I will easily know and tell you, okay, you want me to join you in this? You say, yes, that's why I'm here. I tell you, thank you very much, I'm not interested. You see, Don, when whoever, I have said it that Bayo and others, they are working for their salary.
Okay.
That's Onanuga. And when they come up for defense of whatever happens, let them also be thinking deep how they are selling their image to the entire world. When the head of service knows about an establishment, government establishment, a unit of it, now, I'm sure there would have been an approval from there. Even if there were no approval, because they wouldn't have details some number of staff to be working in that unit.
There must be a memo.
Thank you very much.
Civil service, after all.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And again, the whole thing happened here and there because they are now making us to believe that Nigeria is darkness. Nigeria is not in darkness. That Nigeria itself is that darkness.
Okay.
That's what they are trying to make us believe. Those of them in the presidency.
Okay.
The whole thing with that darkness and all that went to the budget, the federal budget, and asserted itself. And money was allocated. Who is fooling who? Are we kids? How can they be telling us about all these things? That man, if he is a con man,
okay,
Don, this thing I'm telling you now is the last of what I will. Because see, federal authorities seem to be doing as if others are very stupid because they are not in government. If that man were a con man and they allow him inroad to railroad everywhere in the seat of entire establishment of government to this level, that means Nigeria may run the risk of being sold one day by a single individual. And if they think this thing I have said is true, let them keep quiet about that. But if they think that it might happen, if after verification, that man is very fictitious, and then nobody knew whether it's voodoo he used on them or whatever, and his allocation went into the federal budget and everything, and he's been operating, even arranging issues with foreign diplomats. That means Nigeria will run the risk of being sold one day, and somebody will just come in, flew in into this country and say, I am the president of this nation and all that. We'll start battling because we love fire brigade approach. Okay. I agree with Falana. I agree with ADC, all of them in what they have said. We show that federal authorities know about this man. If they don't, even Atiku, what he has told the president, I don't know about ultimatum of 7 days. All I know is that all of them are jointly pointing out that, see, this man must be known by the authorities.
Okay.
And whichever way he made you people allocate budget for him and all that, gave him an office in federal secretary. Can I go today and then an outfit will be given to me, say, this is your office, operate in several federal secretariat. Is it possible? Why are they doing something as if Nigeria is on its own in this world? So for me, let them rally up and make sure they clean up this. And the only thing the president can do is to tell Bajabiamila, Baja, you have a house. Go and stay there for now.
Resign.
If we verify everything and you are free, you come back. If we are not, by that time of verification, I won't have a chief of staff. But when eventually it's proven that it's right, you won't come back.
All right. So that
Simple.
means what you're saying is there should be some kind of well, heads should roll.
Of course.
Not just Bajabi and Mela,
No.
but the various heads of the institutions that the CBN is supposed to vet.
You see, no, Don. Others will follow.
Okay.
But for now, the arrowhead is Bajabi Amila.
All right.
Because that man has never minced word. He's saying that Baja knows about him. However he knew about him and how he knows about him, they should all find it out.
Okay.
And for there not to be suppression of evidence, Baja should give way in that particular place.
All
that
right.
is job.
Okay.
You know, that his job invariably is like he is running the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the president. Whoever he does not want to see the president will not see him. Even if he's a minister, unless the president is having a phone call and say, a phone conversation and say, I need this, but I send this minister to me. He is like maybe the another president we have.
All right.
So why should he know? This man has never missed what he said. Baja knows about me. So what are they waiting for?
Okay.
If it were Emmanuel Ndukwe now, they will put me where I may not even see the sky.
God forbid. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to open the phone lines, but I want to ask you something when you call. You heard me say something about Watergate. Now, the Watergate scandal, what happened was operatives linked to President Richard Nixon's re-election campaign broke into Democratic Party headquarters. The bigger scandal became the White House cover-up of that incident.
Yeah.
Now, institutional response. There was an FBI criminal investigation. Senate Watergate Committee held emphasis on nationally televised hearings. A special prosecutor was appointed. The Supreme Court unanimously ordered Nixon to surrender the White House tapes. The House Judiciary Committee approved articles of impeachment. Nixon resigned before the full House voted. More than 60 officials were charged or convicted. We also had the Iran-Contra affair. Officials in President Ronald Reagan's administration secretly sold arms to Iran. Monies from the sales were diverted to Contra rebels in Nicaragua despite congressional restrictions. Again, institutional response. Congress created special investigative committees. An independent counsel conducted criminal investigations. Public televised hearings were held. There are so many. There's the Teapot Dome scandal, Clinton-Lewinsky scandal. Most of us remember that. There was also a special prosecutor. There's the AB scam. You see, America and the American administrations have had their own fair share.
Yeah.
But the beautiful thing about it was that there was institutional bites.
Good.
The problem now with Nigeria's case is that days have been going and no institutional bite. So
it must be forced to come out. There will be that.
I think it will happen?
No, it will. See, do you know that the entire world is looking at us and keeping quiet?
All right.
There's a time it will burst open and they will start talking.
All right, you've heard Sir Emmanuel in Ndukwe. Do you think anything will come out of this? And all the other stories we've tackled so far. Let's get your thoughts. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Lady D. Happy weekend to you.
I wish you same. Special Douglas. All right.
Thank you so much. Lady D, part of our civic responsibility is this public commentary that we make to either educate or inform the public.
All right.
And also, there is the responsibility of public affairs analysts to do research so that when they talk, analyze, they also inform and educate the public. Lady D, I will start with this NDC, ADC, and Falana's issue about this Baja and this other man.
All right, but 1 minute. You have 1 minute.
Pardon?
1 minute, remember.
It wouldn't be enough, but no, whatever.
Okay.
The three of them spoke from different angles. NDC is saying that it is suspicious, which means they do not believe that it exists. But also they are saying that it happened. ADC is saying that do not know yet, that they are giving the presidency 7 days to confirm. Whereas Falana is optimistic that it exists and it is not good. Falana. because he's objective. Now, Amechi issue. It is true that Amechi has lost ground. But I do not think that body is doing the APC any good. They should let Amechi be because it's a bad product. If you are telling Atiku to change him, that means you are making them not to provide somebody who will be difficult for APC to defeat. So let them leave Amechi. It's a good option for ADC, for APC to defeat. Because even when he was governor of Rivers State, let us take from time, Wike left him. He has never done anything beautiful. His first tenure was better than his second tenure. And from his second tenure was when Wike left him. So there's nothing good to write about politically about that since Wike left him.
Okay.
So it's a bad product. Let them leave him. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
This is Honorable Chris. I'm going to greet everybody.
Welcome to the show.
My brother.
See, on side of Amechi, let me say this. Amechi, on the other side, he brought this thing upon himself. And he's among the people that formed APC, who told us that Jonathan don't have anything to offer, that we should vote out good luck. We vote out good luck for him. We asked him, oh yeah, now, Amechi, oh yeah, he said, Kineko, this and that. The same Ubima, Amechi left, he don't come back to Ubima. The same song where would they sing, Amechi don't join us now, they sing them. For me, nobody will take Amechi serious. On the side of presidency and the forging of office where somebody is using presidency, remember who is presidency? Remember that language, presidency. APC know what they are doing. If APC telling you that they don't know that this man exists, how can you?
All right.
Just for example, in the office, how can I broadcast inside your studio? You say you don't know that you have people, person like this that have been broadcasting for how many years? APC, and they are, when I believe them.
All right. Thank you for calling. Oh, God, please don't make me laugh. Oh, 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello? All right. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Don and Ogaima.
Good morning.
This is Nelson from Igrita.
All right, go ahead.
You see, one of the major problems we have is they will tell you that until proven guilty, the person will still remain for office. Until proven guilty. Until we remove those kind of laws in our country, such will continue. And let me say something. The man is still a free man. If it is a common man now, he would have been either ICPC or ESCC. But he was in the channel a few days ago. And they said on the 20-something of July is when he will appear in court. See, that case, nothing will come out. Because it's obvious that the presidency, they knows everything.
All right.
So conclusively, until we do the needful and vacate this until proven guilty, what evil will continue in our land. Lesson from the greeter.
All right. Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, no, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, and good morning to your guy, man.
Morning, my brother.
I'll just tell you also. Yes, right groups coming out now to say deputation of this article is a wrong one.
All right.
Well, they get two main reasons among the reasons, like the monorail and the protracted closure of the court. These two things are casted, an everlasting debt on his political career. Court to close the court in a constitutional democratic setting. I don't know how he's going to rule the country or govern the country.
All right.
And that is it. But besides that, I think he has done more than any. That is from 1999 than any governor we had. So for the sake of time, let me just stop here.
Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Mr. Chan. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead.
Yes. About the federal scandal. I think, I believe this government has to look inward Because how can the government will be selecting only people of his tribe under the high key office? So this is one of those things that always come up with. I believe if he has mixed his cabinet with other, that's federal character, if he used that federal character, I believe that would have even been difficult.
Hello? All right, let's get to some text messages. It looks like that call dropped. Let's see. Good morning, the Dawn. Those people urging Atiku to drop are faceless and jobless beggars, sponsored by opposition. That's Mr. Dennis. Oh, wow. Did you send this 2 times? It looks like you did. All right, let me take the last one. Good morning, Dawn. Please permit me to ask Matawale, had it been the judgment went the other way against the ADC, what would he have told Nigerians in that respect? Would he have the guts to tell us that Tinubu had shown his powers by manipulating the court judgment? The answer is no. But now that the judgment has gone the way it should go, why is he trying to tell us that the president told the court to do the right thing? Because he could not stand pressure from the masses. But remember, not just the ADC, the eyes of Nigerians as they're watching, NDC should also be allowed to participate in the elections. That's from Bright or Swago. All right, Bright, thank you. Let's go to WhatsApp. Make sure there's nothing overlooked there. Check. All right. Okay. Dear Don, I would like to fault Ogaima on right hand wash left hand and left wash right on separation of power. How can he say such things? Then every time he points, he wouldn't be a politician, Nigeria brand. That is part of former President Obama's assertion of Nigeria's leadership as under the Iroko tree. What happens to the principles of separation of powers and independence alluded to them? All right, that's Dr. Dennis Onyagwara. Let's take this voice note. I can only take 1 minute, 30 seconds of this. Let's see who this is.
Yeah, happy weekend to you, Don Wilson. I remain Radio Senate President. For me, Banonanuga, whatever they call them, the president spoke people saying that president have been this and whatever they said about the judiciary allowing ADC to participate. I'm a clear president is honoring him. What of a week that be building houses to them? Why he did not mention all this court judgment in favor of APCRB originated by Mike? Yes, that's the kind of politics he plays. He's the one bribing all these judges, building houses for them. So it's not even tenable. So let them know that it's Mike. Having said that, Amechi should drop it. Amechi, I don't see it as a problem. The only thing is that Amechi should do well and deliver Rivers State. Mike will be defeating him. That is the fear of those people. Because if he still allow Mike to rig him in Rivers State, let him resign from politics. Let him retire, like I've said before. For the new agents, it's unfortunate. Tinubu government is the most corrupt government in the history of Nigeria. These people now, this agency, I'll be hearing the man in question in television. Nobody see it as illegal. After the money they collected from him, they bribe, and the man is still not telling me, say, the federal secretariat, he cannot be in federal secretary without the secretary to the federal government, head of service. It's not possible. And this register with the CBN. CBN are the one releasing the funds, so the man is saying the truth. This government is corrupt. Let Tinubu resign. If not, their people will be probed when will be come on board. That's my submission. Thank you.
All right. On Facebook, let's see, before we go back to the phone lines, I think we have some time. Olatubosun Akinpelu Wahid. The scandal is just of many criminal activities in the government circular waiting to be discovered. During Buhari government, it was multiple accounts for each ministries, but only one is always available for audit. All right, thank you for that. I'll take a couple of calls and then we'll wrap it up. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you speak up, please? We can barely hear you. Can you speak up?
Canimo calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead.
The group that asked ADC to drop Amechi as a vice presidential.
Hello, you've disappeared again. Your voice, it looks like, are you using an earpiece, please?
No.
Okay, so
Can you hear me now?
Somewhat, or you might have to shout.
Okay. I said these groups should remember that Amechi was a...
95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, madam. Good morning, madam.
Good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Nebu Pepo from Bookmaster Toro.
All right, go ahead.
The people that say I should resign for the vice president. Yeah, he should resign. I like it very well. Because I mentioned that make us go to APC in 2014. Why leave APC and go to another party? The party is struggle and peace is very fine. You leave the party and go to another party. You never say anything, no. Because I'm very angry with him. Because I was my leader in APC. That time my guy, you guys like my level mission. He defended the APC 2014. Now I leave the party and go to APC. That's terrible. See, we will resign. We must be by Liver State. We never win anything about Liver State again.
All right.
And you have to come back to APC.
Okay, thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, good morning. I hope you can hear me now.
I think there's something wrong with your line. No, I can't do that because everybody will be struggling to hear you. All right. One more call before we wrap it up. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. For text message 0701-933-9962. That window is closing. All right. Sir Emmanuel Ndukwe, final thoughts.
Well, I certainly believe that somebody who choose to write, but because I was not listening well, is talking about when I said right hand washes left hand. Okay. It's unfortunate if he listens well. I know the man. He's always looking for faults here and there. The issue is this. If he helps me, if Dr. Yagbara helps me, he will expect me to reciprocate. Now, if he doesn't, he will not expect. And so, the life is, God has made us and given us the quality of helping ourselves. I am not saying that the bad ways of politics of Nigeria should continue. Right. I speak against that. Mm-hmm. So it will be nice indeed for Aso Rock to look for a way to make sure that they unveil whatever is behind this scandal. Mm-hmm. It is too shameful.
Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this is where we have to bring this segment to a close. It's been Insight with Emmanuel Ndukwe. Thank you so much for your insightful conversation.
Thank you very much, Don. Forget about those who will pick holes on whatever they do.
All right. Anyway, oh gosh, I love my job, Sha. At the top of the hour, it will be time for the Express Show, where we talk about all things related to or relating to River State. It's just like Talk That Talk, only it's called the Express Show. And you don't want to miss today's edition. We asked questions last week about the motorcycle issue, the banning of the motorcycles. And, well, we decided to go and get the horse's mouth, as I like to say. So we have in the studio Insirim, good luck Insirim, who's a media aide to the local government chairman, Gift Warlow. And so, like I said, the horse is here to answer questions. Stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiako.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Time for us to take you through the stories from the newspapers. It's the newspaper review segment on today's Quest Today 95.1 FM.
Catch all the latest and trending sports stories on Sports Attack on your premium talk, news, and sports radio station.
6:30 a.m.
every weekday.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
All right, welcome back. Conversations continue on your premium talk station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Dawn, and I did tell you that we have the media aide to the Obiakwa Local Government Chairman, Gift Wallo, in the building. His name is Goodluck Interim. You're welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much, Dawn, for having me. Good morning, listeners.
All right. So, well, it's no longer news that come August 1, motorcycles will be banned, and it raised a lot of issues, raised a lot of dust on the sides of the motorcyclists, on the side of commuters, and all of that. Cyclists looked at it from the Vox Pop, looked at it like, well, it was going to take away livelihood. It was going to give hardship, not just on them, also on the commuters and stuff like that. So if you guys would like to be part of the show, whether you be motorcyclists, you be commuters, or just interested parties in whatever form, here are the numbers to be part of the show when that time rolls around for me to open the phone lines. 0810-9510-951. That's 0810-9510-951. Now, for those who would prefer to send text messages, voice notes, or WhatsApp messages, 0701-9339-962. That's 0701-9339-962. Now, you can also be part of the show via our social media handles. On YouTube, you can watch, listen, and comment. I'll check. Today 951 FM, that's for YouTube. Today at 951 FM on Facebook. Today at 95.1 FM. There's a post already up there running. Today 95.1 FM. Instagram, X, and Twitch have the same handle. Today FM 951. That's for Instagram, X, and Twitch. Now, via the website, www.todayfmlive.com, you can also participate audioly, of course. That's not a word, but just go with it. Todayfmlive.com. Listen live, tap that, you're in. For those who prefer apps, tune in. Radio Garden has got you covered. Download said apps and search Today 95.1 FM, and we're good. Please, 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 because I know a lot of people might want to call in. Let's try to do 1 minute, all right? Where necessary, and this time around I'll be strict with the where necessary. I'll give you extra 30 seconds to get your point across. If not, I'll yank you off. All right, so sir, let's start off with why the ban was implemented in the first place.
All right. Thank you very much for that question. And I would also like to take our minds back to the fact that this law is not new.
Okay.
The chairman of Obiakpo local government area, Honorable Dr. Gift Wallo, did not just wake up one morning and decide that bikes, motorcycles in Obiakpo local government, should stop operating.
Yeah.
In 2020, there was a law made by the then governor, talking about Chibarasa and Wiki. That law prohibited the operations of motorcycles within Obiakpo and Port Harcourt City local government. Of course, in every state, there are capital cities. There are capitals where, of course, there expect to be some level of sanity, as it has to do with movement of vehicular movements and all.
Okay.
And so I am surprised at the fact that people, suddenly forgot that there was already an existing law. This law is being obeyed to the latter in Port Harcourt City local government, which was one of the LGAs, where the ban was placed as at then. The fact that we allowed some bikes, it's not like we are allowed. I want you to understand that all the people that have been operating motorcycles in Obiakpo in the last couple of years, ever since that law was made, have been doing that in disobedience to that law. Now, what happened was that, of course, Alu. Alu is the closest community from Ikure local government where bikes are allowed to operate.
All right.
And then from Alu, they accessed Uniport. And then from Uniport, they moved forward to Alakaya. From Alakaya to Rumosi. And now they have infiltrated almost all parts of the LGA.
All right.
Without recourse to the fact that there's already an existing law, prohibiting the operations. And so what the chairman merely did was to, reawaken the consciousness as has to do with that law, that people should know that there's already a law. And then giving them a 1 month window is fair enough for people, who understand that all these years they've been, accommodating them or probably tolerating what they have been doing as against what is supposed to be. We have 23 local government areas in Rivers State. And so if there is a law, prohibiting the operations of motorbikes in just 2 LGAs, we have 21 LGAs, that have not placed any ban on Okada movement.
Okay.
And so if somebody is saying that I must live in Rivers State and I must operate in Rivers State, you understand, we have 21 other local government areas to play around with as it has to do with the operation of motorbikes. So Obiakpo local government chairman, like I said, merely reminded us of the fact there's already an existing law.
Okay.
And the reasons why this thing is coming at this time, I'm sure you must have heard about cases of road accidents. The very one that is still vivid in my memory was the one that occurred along Memoho axis during they just concluded WAEC examinations.
The 2 kids.
Yes, where we heard about an accident that involved 2 motorbikes, conveying about 4 children, and somehow out of carelessness, they rammed into a moving trailer, and those children were crushed on the spot.
All right.
Like I keep saying, that's like one out of so many other cases that we've had, of road accident. And if you agree, if you be sincere with this particular discourse, you will understand that, or you will agree with me that most of the persons that are bike operators in this town, as we speak, we are not trained. Okay. They did not go through any kind of, should I say, we used to have driving school for those that drive cars. These ones, they just come from anywhere. There's already a bike waiting for you and you enter road the next day. If you go to that Uniport axis, the kind of confusion you will see there. In fact, if the road there was designed at about, let's say, 5 meters or 10 meters, the bike guys there have covered 5.
All right.
You will have to beg them to go off the road for you to pass, even as a heavy-duty truck. So this is exactly some of the confusions that we have seen. Are we talking about the aspect of criminality, where people go into streets, drag bags from people, collect phones, through motorbikes, and it makes their movements easier. And then this issue of people are going to be suffering when this bike is banned. How were people surviving in 2020 when this law was made? How are people still surviving till today as we speak? Or how are people going about their everyday activities in Falga? That I'm very sure that no bike operates in Falga. Okay. You understand? And as when this law was made, the number of mini buses that we call keke buses that we have now, we are not as much as they are right now. Also the tricycles that are everywhere now, we are not, their numbers are not this much. And then people actually, survived, or people adjusted to that particular change at that time. So what has now changed?
Okay.
So,
all right. Before you go any further, I have several questions. My biro is acting up.
Yeah.
How long has the Obiakpor chairman been in office?
This is the 8th month.
8 months, so almost a year.
Yes.
And this bike issue, it's not new. You said it yourself. It's not new. So why didn't he do that the minute he got into office? What changed?
My chairman is somebody who does not take actions without due consultations.
Right.
We got reports from several quarters. Of course, in his usual way, he will always, give time for people to adjust or probably change their modus operandi,
Okay.
which we did not see coming. We didn't see that,
Right.
And then the reports of every day, bikers, they disturb people, criminals here and there.
Mhm.
I don't know if you understand.
I get you.
So this decision was taken on the basis of security concerns, as well as the safety concerns of residents in the LGA. There is no political undertone to it. There is no act of victimization involved in this. It's just for people to be to go back to what it used to be.
Yeah.
And then of course, I just made mention of the fact that we have enough mini buses, call it kekes, then the Bolt drivers too are everywhere. Let's assume that everybody would not be Bolt. Everybody will not use the Bolt, but there are people that can afford mini buses and the tricycles.
So you talked about consultation.
Yes.
Were there town halls? Because the general sentiment out there is that the motorcyclists associations, if there be any commuters and all of that, nobody was carried along. So when you say consultations, with whom exactly?
We gave out letters to unions, and we gave out letters to some very critical stakeholders in that particular transport sector.
Okay.
And now the thing is, like I said, it's going to take effect from August 1st.
Yeah.
So we have still a month, counting that people can either bring, call it pleas or something to the council.
All right.
If that, giving a reason why, let's assume that this thing should be extended beyond this point or not. And so that's why we gave one month. It has not taken effect yet. And the 1 month also gives room for people to make alternative arrangements. For example, if you are to relocate, probably to restrict your movement, to the Ikwere local government, where, as we speak for now, there are no bans on the activities of motorcycle operators.
Okay.
Or there are neighboring local governments, LMA or whatever you call it. It was just basically for Port Harcourt and Obiakpor. And like I said, if you go to Lagos, how do people survive there without Okada riders? How do people go about their daily activities without Okada riders in Lagos? What about the Abuja? In every city, there's supposed to be a place we call the capital. And the way things happen in the capital shouldn't be the way it happens in some of those remote areas or suburbs that we have in the state.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what the law is aimed at achieving. That's sanity.
Okay.
We have a lot of multinationals in Obiakpor. We have a lot of companies. We have a lot of hotels. Name it. There should be a level to which certain activities, are allowed to take place in this particular part of the state.
All right. So you talked about we have, hopefully more than enough keke buses and all of that, but there are parts of this area, one would believe that you can only access via a motorcycle. So what happens then?
I want you to be specific about those areas.
The areas where one might need a motorcycle to get into. Okay, I don't know the name of the street, but at one point when Uniport was having some, I think it was a convocation or something, and there was mad traffic.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I had to board a bike down to location. Now, in trying to find alternative routes, because Obirikwere and downwards were completely blocked, the bike guy took a right turn, one of these small roads, and it was only through the use of that bike that we were able to connect NTA Road and get to location.
Well, I wouldn't want to say I disagree with you.
Okay.
Of course, we know that bikes they have their own advantages too. But some government policies are geared towards the better good of the people. It's not just about how convenient it is. It might not be convenient at the beginning, but like I said, in the long run, people will adjust and will go back to what it used to be, and we will be fine.
All right.
Because if you're talking about bikes, but you have not raised any concern, over the issue of security threats and all of that.
I'm getting to that. I'm moderating.
I mean, people that live around can tell you how insecure they feel at night, seeing as around 1 a.m. you are seeing bikes moving in your neighborhood. Who are those people that those bikes are conveying at that time of the night?
All right.
And we should not live in denial. This is what happens. People have complained severally of people dragging their bags, snatching their phones, through bikes, and they move very easily because that's what, they feel that's a faster movement for them.
All right.
It makes things easier for their movement. So that's just what it is.
All right. So let's get into security. You talked about. I want to widen the dragnet, but let's start with what you said. Seeing people riding around 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and all of that. Isn't that a failure on the part of government, be it state or local, to not provide adequate security operatives or security vans or whatever to patrol or maybe do some kind of community policing? Because you made mention of Newton Wike. I think they did have some kind of community thing or vigilante, something that they were in a neighborhood watch or something that was in the works. I don't know if it ever saw the light of day. Can't the local government introduce same? That's one. Two, can't the local government also restrict movement in such a way that you say, I think it's in is it a Che or somewhere, that after 10 motorcycles or something are not supposed to be moving around?
Well, that's for security concern. What about the safety concerns?
What do you mean by safety?
Safety concerns, I'm talking about road accidents that are occasioned by the activities that, of course, those ones occur in the daytime when people go about their daily activities.
Again, it falls on government, don't you think? Because if you provide the resources, human resources, task forces and all of that to make sure that the roads are manned and driven properly, then there would be no need for safety concerns. To a certain degree, obviously, because no human being is God.
Well, the issue of safety concerns, when you talk about road first, it falls on the shoulders of FRSC, Federal Road Safety Corps. That they are the agency, that is under the responsibility of ensuring that our roads are safe.
Are they not connected with government in some form?
That's what we are saying.
Shouldn't the local government have a kind of handshake with them?
Well, there's a level to which the local government can actually, direct their activities because, of course, where they fall under the purview of the federal government. And so they already have the way they fall. No doubt we have this synergy with them.
All right.
But you can't tell them to go and position in places where they are not supposed to by their own rules of engagement. So they have places, strategic places on our highways where they position and do their jobs. So what we are trying to say, the issue of security that you made mention of, if bikes still move at night, for example, government cannot be everywhere at the same time. This issue of keeping those restrictions that never worked, some communities tried it, but these people would still disobey. And with the aid of these young boys that wear big trousers and big shirts that don't sleep at night. Of course, you and I know that those are people that are into shady deals. They don't sleep at night, and so no matter how, they even bribe some of the vigilantes just to move about, even when there are. This is not government restriction now. This is I've heard about some complaints from communities that try to place those kind of ban, but these boys will still have a way around it. To either bribe the security guys, these vigilante guys, and then, make some offers, irresistible offers to the bike guys that will always want to say anything when it could be, where you make it be.
All right.
So these are some of the things that we have looked at. And then the best solution to it will just be to ban this thing, and then everybody should, adjust to what it used to be.
But isn't that where oversight functions should come into place? Because you said you get credible feedback, or it's working or it's not working, then you implement some oversight functions. You could either sack the vigilantes or train them better, any other thing than just a blanket ban.
There are so many bans that we have as a government that the government has, come up with to say we don't want this. One is the operation of cart pushers.
Okay.
beyond 6 p.m. And now, once the government makes this kind of laws, and before these laws are made, there are consultations, like I said, there are stakeholders meetings at the council where we invite community leaders, youth bodies, to be aware of some of these things that the government have come up with, some of these policies. But when it comes to compliance, that's where the communities fail. And then, like I said, the government will not be everywhere at the same time. The government has told you that we don't want to see, there is still a law like that up to today.
Okay.
There are cat pushers are not meant to be seen beyond 6 p.m.
Okay.
But people will watch these cat pushers at 8, 9, coming to, unbox whatever it is that people have brought out from their homes in the name of refuse.
Okay.
Nobody will say anything. Nobody disturbs them. Is that supposed to be the job of the local government?
Well,
when it's happening right in front of you, in front of your house.
Here's where I will still double down on. The local government is the government of the grassroots. That's one. Two, the local government is they're responsible for security. So whatever has to be done to make sure that security is to the best part of their abilities optimal, they have to do it. So if it means bringing up vigilantes or community policing, whatever is within the purview of the local government, that should be done. You cannot tell me, well, see, because they disobey. Where are the bodies? Where are the people that are supposed to be employed to do the job? You guys get 1 billion or a little over 1 billion. Now remove recurring expenditure. There's money that you can use to maybe hire more people or whatever else that should be done.
When it comes to government not meeting up, part of the obligations, that's when we remember that democracy is government of the people, for the people and by the people, isn't it?
Of which the government is part of the people.
Now, if you look at this, the definition of democracy, you see the people. It shows that the people have the role to play
in
governance. And so what the scenario I just painted here, talking about the government implementing a law or giving a ban, and then telling community leaders that this is what we have placed as a government. We are just bringing you here to know that this is what it should be. And then we expect you to take it up from there. Of course, there's no community that doesn't have youth bodies. There is no community that does not have CDC. These are governments at the community level. I hope you know that.
Indeed.
And so if the government, if the local government has empowered you guys to do this, what stops you from implementing those or probably enforcing those simple laws that that will help restore sanity to our communities?
Well, what's stopping them could be off the top of my head. If the government isn't doing its own bit, then why should they? The government is a leader. You lead, we follow. But where your leadership is spotty, then
I want to know where I want to know from your own view where the current administration in Obiapo is not leading well. Before we came on board, I'm sure you know about the sorry state of that market that leads to the council, where it was almost impassable for commuters. And it became a lot of people felt that clearing that road was an impossible task. But the chairman came, achieved that, and as I speak to you, nobody, except maybe after this administration, then the next person comes, and shows some level of complacency, and then they start coming back. Now that place has been cleared. Go to Oil Mill. We went there for the very first time in a long while. We cleared that market. In as much as I know that it is very difficult to deal with human beings, we know the resources. At the point, my chairman was paying over 4 million naira every month from the security operatives that we man there, then to evacuate debts from that market. It wasn't an easy thing to do. And this is somebody who has shown zeal. So when you talk about the government not living up to his own responsibility, I wonder if it's about the Obiapo local government that I'm working for or another LGA.
All right, so here's how I answer you. You're talking about things that are outside of the purview of this conversation. I'm restricting what I'm saying to, the motorcycles and security.
Yeah.
If the government is doing all that it's supposed to do, the CDC, the youth bodies and all of that will follow suit. Have you guys done all you're supposed to do rather than fall back to a complete blanket ban? Remember, I asked you the question, how long have you been in office? You said this administration, local government anyway, has been in office for 8 months, and you got your feedback, and rather than maybe do what needs to be done at the inception, it took 8 months. And in that 8 months, people have gotten comfortable with the situation of using the bikes. And now it comes off as if it's going to create some form of hardship on the people who it's going to affect. Now, you said, well, how did they manage in times past and all of that? There was a hardship and all that, which would give the impression that government, the local government may not particularly care too much about how the people feel.
It wasn't a law made by the local government, like I said. And then the issue of, there was something you said, I'm trying to recall.
Okay.
This law was not made by the local government. And if people became comfortable for, let's say, 4 or 5 months, that this law was made probably because of the body language of the governor that made that ban.
All right.
At that time. And then you now felt like next person is coming, and maybe the next governor that came probably forgot about it. It doesn't mean that that law has been repealed, for example. It doesn't mean that that law has been lifted. That ban has been lifted. It was never lifted. There's nowhere that they said that the ban on bikes and bike operations in Obiakpo and Falga has been lifted. And I told you in the earlier part of our discussion that the one in Falga is still in place. People live in Falga, go to Diobu. Diobu, people refer to Diobu as a suburb, so to say. But people there still have a way of moving about without bikes. So how are they able to achieve it? If not for this place I told you, it was the loophole came from Alu. Alu is the closest community to Obiakpo from this axis.
All right.
And so they came from Alu, from Uniport Gate, then to Alakaya, and then the boys I told you about, if it is not a bike, they will not use. I don't know why it's like that. So these are things that embolden this, act of disobedience, and today it has become a norm, and people feel that we should just leave it like that. It's not supposed to be. And so the 1 month window should give everybody time to rethink, replan, re-strategize, and then see how you can get adjusted to what it used to be,
right,
just for you to be on the good side of the law.
Are you guys worried about crime?
Yeah, we are.
Now,
there is no government that's not worried about crime.
If the source of livelihoods of these individuals are taken away inside of 1 month, do you think crime will escalate or not?
Let me point something out here. We are not taking your bikes from you. Nobody is retrieving your bike from you. Right. You heard when I said there are 21 local government areas in River State that are still allowing bikes to operate. So we did not say you should give us your bike and stay at home. Ikwe local government, like I said, is close by. In as much as I'm not being the one to advocate for people to go there. But there are 21 local government areas where people live and the services of motorcycles would be needed. So it's left for them to make their choice and choose the local government that they think they can operate.
All right, let me paint you a picture. Let's say the person lives in Obiakpo and other local government areas allow for bikes. How's the person supposed to move from Obiakpo to that place? Unless you're saying they should move, as in basically move away from here with their families and start living in those places.
There are some policies and changes that require those kind of actions. For example, if I get a job in Lagos, I should move to Lagos and work. I don't know if you understand.
So do you think this ban is a people-centered, this implementation is a people-centered implementation?
The safety concerns and security concerns of people that are not bike owners is more important to the government at this point.
All right. I love that you said that. Let's delve into the one chance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just give us a second. We'll be right back.
Let the flavors flow. Watch every meal, steal the show. Terra, ooh, Terra. Aroma rising, filling the room, turning dinners a joy to consume. Terra, ooh, Terra.
Terra Q, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Go for gold, Terra Gold Q, the amazing seasoning cube. So when you're cooking your delicious meals, don't compromise. Go for gold.
Rich, consistent taste for cooking mouth-watering soups, stews, and jollof. Choose wisely.
Choose Gold, Terra Gold Seasoning Cube.
One cube, endless possibilities. Terra Gold.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Yes, and we are back with the conversation with Good Luck in Serum continues. It's about the bike issue. I was going to ask a question before the commercial break, so let's ask that and then open the phone lines, get your thoughts. So yes, security. Now, while the focus has been on motorcycles, we hear that keke buses and taxis are now, there's this prevalence or an escalation, a spike in one chance activities around this area.
Yeah.
We also have we heard the unfortunate, I think the last one we heard so far, I think it made news because she died. She was thrown out of the vehicle around Harmony Estate, but she was picked up from around here.
Yes, I heard about
what does the local government intend to do about that? Because it's not only, what I'm saying that to say, it's not only the motorcycles that are involved, or motorcyclists that are involved in criminal activities.
All right, Dawn. I know that every month we used to have our security meeting with heads of security agencies.
All right.
You know, we don't know about talking about the different divisional police officers, the different DPOs, and then even the paramilitary and community leaders too. They come to the council. You know, we raise concerns. You know, people submit their petitions or whatever it is, as it has to do with what poses a security threat in their different domains. This happens every month. The issue of people operating, seamlessly, those one-chance syndicates operating seamlessly.
Yeah.
It's the job of the police. You know that.
Okay.
That's strictly, of course, the police are supposed to be the ones to say this is where, from our own security, what do you call it, intelligence report, that this is where we are supposed to man. From here to here.
Okay.
Probably there's prevalence of how one chance operators here, and then we have to man here. It's strictly a police affair, I must say. But the reason why we actually do these security meetings is to get reports from our different communities.
All right.
Not necessarily on our roads. But the issue of where if the local government chairman cannot tell police be standing here every month. If you are not the one that detail them out, we don't even know their rosters for the day. So that is a decision that's supposed to be taken solely by the authorities of the police authorities.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll give you that, but shouldn't the Obiakpor local government chairman come up with something that makes buses that ply his local government area identifiable? I know that the buses and the taxis sometimes are restricted. They have associations where they're restricted to a particular place, so they cannot encroach. I think it's a territorial thing. So if you have buses within Obiakpor that ply only Obiakpor, shouldn't more be done to make
we
sure
have
we
something
can
like that in the
them?
pipeline. We have something like that in the pipeline. And I can also tell you that the River State Ministry of Transport,
Okay.
There was a time they flagged off that particular verification exercise. I don't know the level, to which they have gone, but I can tell you that we have a pending law, at the local government level, that will take care of that particular aspect of ensuring that all vehicles, especially commercial vehicles operating in the LGA, are registered,
All right.
and they have a means of identification in case, of any report or any report of any crime.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the conversations progress, I'm sure you guys are itching to ask your questions as well. So now will be the time. 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, voice notes, 0701-9339-962. All right, let's take this call. Express Show, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is still Robin Majak Sama, and I'm calling from Eche. Lady Dawn.
Yes.
Good morning to you once again, and greetings to our guests.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
I enjoyed the discourse, but I'm worried. Lady Dawn, our guests use two words commonly, which is law, ban, law, ban. And I understand in a constitutional democracy, the hallmark of it is rule of law. That's obedience to the rule of law, to the law, in spite of status and class. He made mention of 2000 that the former governor E.N. Wike made a law. Before I ask him a question, the only law that I understand to date was made by River State House of Assembly, assented into law by then Governor Chibika Amechi, which is law number 6 of 2009. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
2009. That provides the process with which commuters can do their business in River State. That is law number 9 of 2009 that created Timari.
All right.
Now he said the former governor Wike made a law in year 2000. Can you please cite that law?
Placed a ban.
Let him cite the law, not ban. Ban is not law. Law is made. It's a legislation by the state assembly, accepted by a governor. Can he please cite that law? That is my concern. Thank you. Good morning.
All right. All right. While he gathers his thoughts, let's get this call. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Akanimo, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Akanimo, please, you'd have to speak up.
Can you hear me? My name is Akanimo, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. I greet you people in the studio.
We greet you right back.
I think your girl been mentioning the people, government, the people, that the people is the government to do something. I want to ask your girl.
Akanimo, your phone, you know the last time we had this issue, we're still having it. I might have to let you go. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, good morning, your guest. Yeah, my name is Andy, and I'm calling you from Alakaya.
All right.
Yeah, I think if I were some persons who would call and would want to, put one or two things in order to say that the council has not done anything, I think the people out there should also understand when a particular issue comes out, just like the man in your studio is talking about. What are the security issues that we are having in some of these locations? I am from Alakaya. My sister, the local government chairman, is on point when it comes to this aspect. As we speak, as of this morning, somebody went and stole in Alakaya this morning, and with a bike. So what are we talking about? You need to go to Alakaya Junction to see the kind of atrocities committed by these people.
But Andy, I'd like you to answer this question. Fine, the person went and stole with a bike. What security apparatus was put in place in those areas? Is the local government not in charge of local government security to a certain degree?
I want to put this to you. If you want me to answer this question, we'll come and begin to ask the police. Why is it that in as much as they are being empowered and police stations are stationed all over Rivers and local government, why are there still atrocities? These are some of the things we should also talk about. So what we're saying in essence, the community may not completely with the security aspect. But what we're saying is, what are the devices, what are the machines used by these boys to perpetrate this evil? It should be cut off. Go and check and see the nuisance they are causing in communities. Leave about the aspect of, what are they going to get? The livelihood of people are going up and the rest of them. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is, how can people be protected? How can this stealing? Yes, it will not completely go off, but we know that if we cut short these bike people, definitely it will reduce, because if anybody is thinking of coming to Alakaya to use bike, the bike will no longer work, and you cannot use your leg to come and steal.
All
so
right.
what we're saying in essence is, the local government is on board and is on point. I don't think anybody should criticize them on this one. Thank you very much, and God
Thank you
bless
for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning once again, and I salute your guests in the studio.
Good morning.
Good morning, brother.
Thank you so much. Lady, this is a topic we discussed on Wednesday precisely, and I partially disagreed with her, and I still do. But I will want to agree with your guest here that there is need for the ban because of the instant security situation and accidental situations too. But where I do not, agree is considering the fact that governance is the actualization of the dynamic policies of government for the benefit of the people.
Okay.
So I want to ask your guest, what is that dynamic policy that you people local governments now have set concerning transportation? I agree with you that it's a domesticated law, kind of, between Port Harcourt and Obiapo in metropolis or cosmopolitan city. But I would say that as a Port Harcourt boy, I will tell you that bikes are not totally banned. They still, ride once in a while. But I think these people are the top ones, or somehow indigenous or whatever, because, like you said, everybody cannot reside in one local government. There are 21 local government areas. But they cannot, as me, I'm a Port Harcourt boy. My maternal home is Obiapo. If I didn't want to ride in Port Harcourt track rider, I could go to my maternal home. But now, if it is unfortunate that these both local government areas I reside have banned it, do I say, as a city boy, that I will have to go and reside in Emowa or Abua or whatever because those areas have not been banned?
All right.
One.
All right.
Well, can't Obiapo invest in this transportation sector to say, okay, you can provide these things for your indigenous, for instance.
Okay.
So if it is not bike or whatever.
All right.
So,
Special Douglas, can he answer? Thank you for calling.
Yeah,
all right. So there are two
okay.
questions on the table. One, the first caller wants the law. We want you to cite the actual law, and then, of course, Special Douglas's question.
Well, let me start from the first one. I repeatedly said here that it was a ban. And for whatever reason, people did not challenge the administration that placed this ban.
Okay.
And as I speak, the present administration, too, has not lifted that ban.
So basically, it's not a law. There's no law backing it then.
It was an executive exercise of an executive powers. And then the governor that came now is aware of it, has not also revoked it. I've not said otherwise. And so why would the local government that these things affect now be the ones to, be nonchalant about this whole thing?
All right.
So now the other person, what was the second question again?
Going into it as a business.
Now, the thing is, he also, I think he made mention of the fact that bikes, there are exceptions. Anybody who owns a private motorcycle can use it. Logistics and those that are into logistics can also go about their businesses, but it's strictly for motorcycles. Now, if the people are raising concerns of how to replace probably whatever it is that, or probably the importance of the bike operators.
The lacuna it would
you would do something first and then watch. Now, I'm taking you back to what you said about why did the chairman wait up to 8 months?
Yeah.
The same Nigerians that complained that Tinubu came on board the first day he was sworn in, he removed subsidy.
All right.
Now, if the chairman did that thing that same day, do you know how that story will sound? That he just came now, a bike, being concerned. So it took him 8 months to assess the security reports that he was getting, as a result of the activities of these bikers, and then the benefits that will be associated with, getting this off our roads, how it's going to restore sanity for car owners. Sometimes these people even, I made mention of something that some people are not trained. They don't go to any kind of riding school. Let me not go driving school now. Riding school. That these people will they just come, see bike, and start, taking people's life for granted. That you have passengers. They don't know how to even want to when to step on their brakes. They don't even know how to use. These things are things that people know, and every day they sacrifice people's lives for nothing.
All right. I'm going to throw two questions at you. One, talking about the riding school. Isn't it within the purview of the local government to say, all right, you must prove that you have gone to a riding school? Of course, that would mean having the oversight function.
What is the first National Union of Road Transport Workers? Is a national body. One thing you people just think if you are in government, there are certain areas you must invade. You must go and break certain policies. National Union of Road Transport Workers is a federal, is a national body that is well organized from their leadership, from how their members are recognized. It's their business. They can only report to the local government when they feel that maybe this is what we need. That there should be some level of intervention.
But
now
that's odd because it will almost sound like you're saying for people that drive cars, we are in an association that regulates the fact that we should go and make sure we have our driver's licenses and
So
this
what
and
does-
that. That's force of law.
So
So
what-
how can
no,
the local
excuse me.
government do the same?
So why will you expect the local government, all the driving schools that you have? So is it the local government that regulates them?
I'm not saying regulate driving schools. I'm saying make a law, because I'm pretty sure you guys can come up with some kind of law. You actually run this place. Make a law that says every motorcyclist must show that they have at least attended some kind of school or they have license to be on Nigerian roads.
That's one aspect of it. You see, when we talk about the security aspect, you deviate, you go to other areas of concern.
I'm covering everything
that's
that
what we are
concerns
saying.
this issue. Yeah.
Now, you can't tell me that you are not aware or you've never heard about a particular tribe that say if they carry you for bike, your life there at stake, how they drive and all of that. This is why I didn't want to go that. I didn't want to toe that line.
Ethnic route.
But that's
all right.
exactly what you have seen. Several accidents. If we record 10 accidents every week, they will be involved in 8. And these are the people I tell you that just come, pick up a bike. They'll tell you match break here, and that is just it.
Then are they not exploiting the lacuna created by government? Because if it's highly regulated, I doubt anybody would just get up and hop on a bike.
But it's not the job of the local government, actually. It's supposed to come from, at least from the federal to state. Ministry of Transport, what are they doing about it? I don't understand. That's
I get
exactly
you.
where
Although
it falls.
it looks like you're passing the buck, but I get you. All right, so let's go back to security. You said security agencies and the local government chairman, or local government, the Obiakpo local government, you guys have a synergy, you have meetings and all of that. So what particular mode of transportation did they say is being used for the criminal activity?
Even without asking, it's this bike.
Oh, they said it's always the bikes.
No. We have heard about the one chance syndicates that normally use the keke buses, and you're also aware that in some cases that we have recorded, they have been apprehended.
Okay.
Whenever I'm sure you listen to news every time, or you're a news person, you must have heard how they apprehend one chance syndicates, and it's not like they are not doing their job in that regard. So they have identified their modus operandi. But these bikers, you may not know. You don't know how they operate. Now, somebody had just attested to the fact that last night that something like that happened just here at Lakaya. So if somebody that lives within the community who have seen how these things have posed the kind of challenge it has posed, and the person is advocating for it to be banned, you should know that that's just one person, and a lot of persons within that setting will always say the same thing.
All right, let's go back to the phone lines. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go ahead.
Chairman, I put it to you that you people are frustrating the commoners. See, let me say this. I drive Okada in this town. I'm not a criminal. But after making the higher purchase pay finish to the owner, Amechi or who banned Okada. That Okada is just useless. You see how people frustrated me? As even that I'm not from the well-known family, a child of God. You know what's in my mind that time? Not to carry AK-47. And if I carry AK-47, it didn't say, now
police will not catch you since so.
So you don't just because of one dog eat my mama meat for fire.
Plenty dogs there for this matter, not be one dog.
So the only thing that we people supposed to do, police and the security personnel, they know those people that are doing the one. I put it to them that they know them. Go after them. Don't just because of it. One dog will eat meat. Because of that, every dog where you see, both the one and the one where you know go touch, like one where there for big man and politicians are.
All right, thank you for calling. We get you. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, they're done. You're happy.
I'm laughing. Chris made me laugh, so I have to laugh.
Every night, yeah.
All right,
I want to, I commend your guest there for coming out boldly to come and say this and not on through phone. Is there on ground with you, eh?
Yes, he is.
But now, if at all they want to ban it, they must ban it. I don't know who is enforcing it. Are you using police to enforce it? Are you using your indigene? I don't know who is enforcing it because I know there's a tribalism in this state, especially in River State here. Then this process of this topic now, you mentioned that there's chairman spent 4 million to do security in one market, which I know is all you mean.
Okay.
I remember I told you something that there's the dirty there, but yesterday I saw some group of people parking the dirty, but the rent did not allow them. It's still hit there. And the criminal activities are going down in that oil market. That's why I challenge the councillor and the youth president and the traditional ruler of that area. That oil mill. People.
All right.
You come out and tell us people that is robbing people are running inside the market.
Okay.
They are robbing people are robbing inside the market.
All
The rob
right.
people are robbing inside the market.
All right.
Please stop their people, Oga.
Thank you. He has noted that. Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes. I call back and I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right. Let's try it. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, though.
Okay. I want to first of all say that your guest didn't mention the people. Yes, among the people, he is one of the people.
Mention what?
The law makes it for one person to lead the people. The people will not contribute to the one person to take care of the people. Everything concerns the people. That is what government is all about. Now, I want to be talking about insecurity and security, and safety on the road. How is the road sign in the whole of Yabo? Is it there?
Road signs?
Yes. All
Okay.
the road signs that is supposed to be there. All the road marks that is supposed to put in place that the people know how to walk about on the road, how to drive on the road, and one-way driving, especially at Umigu Junction, are they curtailed?
All right.
Then the walkway on the road, car will be stuck on the walkway they make for people to pass, and car will climb here. How the system of the road is it proper taken care of?
All right, we get you.
Before you put people out to go about their duty on this stage. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. Let's take a couple of WhatsApp messages and text messages, and then he'll answer that question. Good morning, presenter. This is the only decision this chairman has taken. Please tell him to still use this muzzle to give his own community, muscle rather, not muzzle, to give his own community light. It will be a shame that Choba doesn't have light till now. We have been calling him. He doesn't take our calls anymore. It's a shame. Alabo from Choba. All right, we get you. Good morning. Okay. Good morning, The Dawn. What is your guest and his principal doing about the Agberos all over disturbing motorists on daily basis? Now you are placing a ban. Any alternative? And why did your principal demolish shops at Alakahia early this week? That's from Mr. Dennis. The law of banning motorcycles has been existing before now. The problem is that we as a nation don't take things serious. This bike of a thing has caused more problems than bringing good. I think there should be a certain way that things should be done rightly. This ban of motorcycle is the best thing that can happen now to reduce the bad life going on now. Because of this motorbike, if you do one thing, people will talk. If you don't, they will talk. Please, I support the ban. That's Daniel Smart. All right.
Yeah.
No, let me just get through because so that they don't complain that they were devoiced. Don and the guest, good morning. The reason why there is still insecurity in Obiako is because the police are not under the chairman's control, so they can't obey him to the fullest. My question is, can't the chairman form a security outfit or make use of Y Brigade, the paramilitary, and equip them with security gadgets for them to be patrolling every area in the LGA? That's Ima from Choba. All right, let's get into WhatsApp. There's so many messages, so many. Good morning, Ma. Please, let's not forget the accident part of it. It's so risky with bike. Let them go, mostly Alakahia and Rumekene. All right. Good morning, beautiful presenter and your guests in the studio. Ask your guest, why do we keep getting complaints from motorists and market women in Obiakwa local government area over multiple tickets? That's not the conversation of the day. I am sorry. Hi, Lady Dawn and guests. The truth is that all local government in River State are all failing the people in one way or the other, no matter how they claim they are for the people. Now they are independent and more money are now given to them. So what excuse did they have by not improving the lives of the people that they claim they stand for? But nothing. As far as I'm concerned, I don't take them serious. That's Eric. All right. Oh, wow. Good morning, Don, and honorable in the house. Please, I'm God's power, Joseph Awute. Please, why not you do some assessment to the Okada riders? Are they not buying tickets from the council? Why not come to round table? Because it's part of revenue contribution. Okay, thank you for that. We have a voice note. Let's take it and see.
Yeah, good morning once again. Good morning, Nigeria. I remain Radio Senior President in 10 billion. For me, I agree with you against at least 80% of what you have said in terms of security. The only fully Rivers is a volatile state. It's not safe in terms of security. There's a lot of crime here. So for me, they have done well. The local government chairman have done well. But the only problem I have with our politicians is that they don't have ideology, no blueprint. You have stopped the KK fine, but the machine, what alternative you have for them? Do you want them to go and carry gun and begin to do picking pockets and block from one place in the bus stop to another? You should have taken this vehicle, this bicycle, Okada from them. You compensate them. If the Okada worth 1.5 million, probably give them 700 or 800,000 for them to find something to do. They will not go for crime. You are pushing them to another local government. Tell them, go here, go. If those people ban it, where would they go to? I don't think it's a good ideology making reference where they will go. If they ban them from those people, where would they go? They will go heaven. They should go to China. There's electric, this in KK. You import it, you give it higher purchase. Yes, this ideology. This is exactly what P2B stand for. Those who have ideology, how to govern. You give it this higher purchase, they will occupy it. They don't need fuel. They will not gain. City will be neat, not to create insecurity. You are solving one problem, you are creating 10. It is not a good ideology at all.
All right, thank you, Inkem Let's make sure. There's so many messages. Oh gosh, we're out of time.
Good morning, Don. I'm Justice, testing in from Emoa. I'm a student of River State University and the Faculty of Social Sciences. We have our Social Science faculty here at Emoa, and the only means of transportation for students from Choba to Emoa, seen from my year 1 to final year, is bike from Choba. I've never seen any commercial vehicle plying this route. So if by 1st of August, Okada will be stopped, a student going to see vehicle from Choba to Emoa. Apart from the campus is at the major road. What about people who live in different communities where you don't have major straight road? Like yesterday I was in PH, so bike can take you straight to your doorstep. If that is the case, how can you get easily to your location? The chairman and his spokesman talking about crime and accident. Are you telling us that if you stop Okada, automatically you have tackled crime? Automatically you have tackled the rate of accident in River State? No, then you think out of the box. Are they make any provision? Most of these people who are riding Okada, they make provision to hand them over keke.
Oh, apologies. I had to cut that short. We are out of time. All right, so I don't know if you could quickly answer the two questions. One, signs on the road, and then this student who says it's only bikes from Chuba to Emoha.
I can only advise him because I know a solution to that. But the issue of signs on the road,
yes,
it's not. I keep saying it. It has to do with the Ministry of Federal Road Safety Corps, River State Ministry of Transport.
Right.
Now, for the student that lives in Obiakpo that must go to Emoha with a bike. Once this ban becomes effective, I think those ones that apply the Emoha route will move a bit further, where they can still carry people from there to Emoha because there's no ban on bikes in Emoha.
Okay.
And the governor that made this law, like I said, he knew that, or had consideration of the fact that in the city center, just like in Lagos and Abuja, you can't go to Ikeja and see a bike for any reason. I don't know if you understand. We have, not even in Ikeja, in Lagos as a whole.
All right.
Now in Abuja, it's the same thing. That's the city center. That's why he just restricted it to 2. I don't think other local government, like the other person said, will now follow suit and start banning bikes.
All right.
I don't think they will do that. And then the issue of we didn't receive the bikes from them. Somebody was saying, as you're collecting the bike from them, you give them money. No, we didn't retrieve the bike. Just relocate.
His interpretation or understanding of the bike.
Just relocate. We're not asking you not to use your bike in places where bikes are approved. That's just it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, interesting conversations always come to an end, but hopefully the media aid to the Obiakpo local government chairman, Gift Wallo, his name is Good Luck Interim. Hopefully he's been able to answer a lot of your questions. But let's watch the coming days, especially since he said there is a window period for, I think they call it ROR, right of reply. So if you guys have your associations and all of that, well, the Obiakpo local government secretariat door is open, and go make your appeals. This is where we have to shut down and come back with the law today. Barrister Henry Akinye will be on hand to answer something concerning Dr. I think Tosin Ajayi that died and Helen Prest. We'll be right back.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Catch the latest news, real talk, real stories, all on Today 95.1 FM, where you belong.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiako.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, so it's 10 minutes past 10, and of course, this time, you know, it's all about the law. And we have our legal eagle in the building, in the person of Barrister Henry Ekine. And welcome to the show, Leonard Senior.
Oh, thank you very much, my dear and esteemed listeners. It's my pleasure to be here this weekend, this beautiful Sabbath morning.
All right, so well, for those of you that know, I like to tie whatever legal conversation we'll be having to a real life, real world thing, so that you all understand, well, what the law says on relatable things that could concern you or could happen to you. Now, today's conversation, I don't know how many of you are aware of Helen Prest. We already have a post running on Facebook, so you can go and read up there. But let me break it down for you what happened to Helen Prest. Now, in April 26, 2020, Dr. Tosin Ajayi, founder of First Foundation Hospital, died in Lagos. Now, 2020 to 2021, a dispute erupted between his estranged statutory wife, that's his first wife, Adenike Ajayi, and the second woman he married, and former beauty queen, she was a big deal back in the day, Helen Prest Ajayi, who claimed to be his customary wife. For those of you who followed when Barrister Ekine was explaining marriages, you know, customary means traditional marriage. Now, the disagreement wasn't just about money. It was also about who the law recognized as his surviving spouse. Now, 2021, several court actions were filed over control of his companies, administration of his estate, and the legal status of both women. The family dispute was so intense that Dr. Ajayi's funeral was delayed by about 9 months before he was eventually buried in February of 2021. Now, 2021 to 2026, the litigation continued for nearly 5 years, involving witness testimony, documentary evidence, and arguments over whether Helen Prest had entered into a valid customary marriage with Dr. Ajayi. Now, June 17 of this year, the Lagos High Court ruled that Adenike remained the sole lawful widow because her statutory marriage to Dr. Ajayi had never been legally dissolved. A lot of you already know that. Barrister Ekine broke that down 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. Now, the court reaffirmed an important principle. Separation, no matter how long, does not end a statutory marriage. Statutory marriage under the law. Only a legal divorce does. Now, Helen Prest's claim of customary marriage was rejected. It's not about the marriage. Here's the post running on Facebook, so you know what we're going to be talking about. In April 2020, renowned physician Dr. Tosin Ajayi passed away. What followed was years of legal battles over his estate and a dispute over who the law recognizes as his lawful widow. Now, 6 years later, the case is still making headlines after a fresh appeal against the court judgment. The story has sparked an important question. That's where you guys come in. Could a properly drafted will or even a codicil, and Barrister Henry Ekine will be breaking that down, could these two instruments of law have prevented years of family disputes? All right, so let's get into the nitty-gritty of it. Let's start with let's start with something relatable. Without discussing the specifics, of course, of judice and all of that in the Ajayi case, what lessons should ordinary Nigerians learn from it?
So it's quite an interesting opportunity for me to even get into this very important family issue.
Okay.
Because the perception, the understanding, the insinuations, if you like, the stereotype about even any narrative, even suggestion to anybody to consider a will, it's usually, particularly this part of the world and amongst us, not quite encouraging for a person who understands the value and the importance of making a will. Now, the lesson to be drawn from this is one that a lot of Nigerians are involved in this, but probably it hasn't happened. It hasn't broken on them yet, so they haven't come to realize that. So the lesson to be drawn is there is enormous benefit in drawing up a will, in making a will, and especially for those who have estates, property, interests to devolve on their survivors, okay?
Okay.
And especially where you do not want the kind of skirmishes, the kind of troubles, crisis that we have seen always. For those of us who are in practice, the briefs that come, the complaints that come, and those of us even in the human rights movement, the kind of calls that come from very susceptible members of families, particularly women and children, especially even again, unfortunately, female children.
Okay.
And again, very obnoxious kind of unnatural customary practices now will clearly show you that indeed it's very important and enormously beneficial to do a will. It solves those problems. At that time, it will be a contention between the crude, maybe illiterate family member who thinks that he wants to impose an arbitrary customary practice over a legal document, the will. That time it will be a contention between him and the government and the law. So that it's no longer between him and you, the weak, susceptible widow or female child. It will be a strong contention between that uncle of yours or that man who thinks that he's supposed to inherit everything, including the widow, your mother, and then yourself. It will be a contention between him and then the law. So it's important to do a will.
All right, so let's do the breakdown. What's a will? Who should have a will? The basics, first of all.
Okay, very important. Almost like we've gone into the introduction to a large extent. As humans, while we struggle, strive, develop, build, do a lot, right?
Yeah.
Naturally, we will pass, okay? At some point, at least for now, we will pass. And then, so those things we build, those estates we build, again, you're creating families and you have people who are related to you, right? And then there are laid down laws and customary practices that when you leave, people are going to inherit those struggles, those property interests, estates you have built, right? And then with time and by practice, usually when these processes are not coordinated, right, troubles would come after you had gone. Sometimes not the kind of troubles that you would have wished to see if you were alive. Okay, some will imagine that the dead would still be seeing, so that they say colloquially that they will be rolling in their graves by what they see in their family. So how do you prevent all of this? Brings us to what I would rather give a descriptive definition, not to confuse our listeners. So that what is a will? It is a legal document, that is a paper, a document that you make that is recognized, is known by law. And then the effect or what is in that document is how you want your property, your estate to be shared, who should get what, and to what extent, who should manage what. So it means that, and then you know one thing clearly, maybe to also lay the foundation before that, every individual has the absolute, near absolute right to decide what happens to his property.
Rich or poor?
Rich or poor, whoever.
Some could say, oh, it's only for, it's a rich people thing.
No. So every individual has the absolute right to decide what happens to his or her property. And that right is protected by law and is enforceable. So it means that you, as an individual who has worked and you've developed these things, you have the right to decide who gets what, right? In what manner, and to what extent. So that's right. Knowing that you may fall any day, especially these times, some people just collapse and go. The advice is do this legal document that is an instrument that comes into effect upon the demise, the death of the person who made it, sharing his property, right, amongst the persons he wants to benefit from that property. That's a descriptive way of explaining a will. Okay, so in a sense, legally, it's a legal document, a testamentary kind of. I'm not confuse our listeners, but it's a legal document that a person, right, expresses his will, his desire, his wish as to how and who should get or benefit from the property that he has. He does that while he's alive. If I do that while you're healthy, do that while you're while you're healthy, where you're able to I will explain when you're able to understand exactly what you're doing and who exactly should benefit in your free will and free mind, right? So when you do that, respect is going to be given to it. Don't bother about what your family or uncle members will do. But it's going to be given to it by law. And then the beneficiaries will be safe and protected by that your will, that your desire. Right. But it comes operational when you have died.
Okay. So somebody might say, oh, I don't have money for a lawyer. Must you make a will with a lawyer, in the presence of a lawyer? Where does the lawyer come in making the will, especially if it's for some people that may not be able to afford the services of a lawyer?
Apparently, there is no general provision in any law that requires that it must be a lawyer, right, that will help you make it, or that a lawyer must be involved or must be present while you're making it. What the law requires really is you. So because it's a free thing, it's a personal thing, it's a subjective thing. So it is you. Now, so if you have the understanding properly how to do it and you express it the manner you want to express, especially when you know the format that it takes, you express it does not invalidate it. One of the elements that will vitiate a will isn't that it was made or not made by a lawyer. So that's one. Then in terms of witness, of course, the law requires that there must be witnesses. All right. So every we'll get to the validity, is that it must be, as you do the will, it must be witnessed. And then there are persons that the law qualifies to witness or disqualifies even to witness. So those persons who are witnesses would endorse to the fact that they witnessed you do this. Generally, it should be in writing, right? So when you do this, but again, just like many other dispositions, or if you like, even other agreements and documents, because it is actually a legal document and is going to have legal implications, it is advised that you get a lawyer to do it for you. A lawyer understands how to put it, a lawyer understands how to protect it, a lawyer understands what laws regulate it. So if there is anything which you may not know, because you may think you have done a will, but you will not know that very simple, small element that will invalidate that will. But there was no lawyer to advise you to tell you, oh, this person shouldn't have signed. Because what if you're doing a valid will and then you think that those should be your witnesses, should be one of those that have been excluded from being a witness on that will. So you live along and think you've done a valid will. But when the time comes for contestation, it will show that indeed that will in itself was not valid. So it's advised that you get a lawyer to do it.
All right. So what makes a valid will? I know there's this saying, we're taught you must always use I, such and such, being of sound mind and disposition or whatever. So what makes a valid will?
So that's where it becomes even more critical and then more justifiable for us to even suggest to you that you get a lawyer to do it, because the lawyer understands the law of wills. It's an issue of law, right? So basically it will mean that the person who is doing it in the first place must be of majority age. Again, what's majority age before people think it's about election, majority and minority? Yes, but those are the terms, minority age, majority age. Well, in this case, it's not about in numbers, but it's about the age of becoming an adult or seeing as somebody is an adult. So, and in our laws, most other jurisdictions, the laws will provide what age is majority age. So in our case, it's 18 years. So 18 years and above. So it means you must be 18 years and above to be able to do a will, for that will to be valid. That's one in terms of the capacity, the capacity of the testator or the person making the will. Then another is even your state of mind, because it is required that in doing this will, in if you like, in bequeathing, in giving, in expressing those things that should be as you desire, it should be with your free mind. Right? And that your free mind means that you shouldn't be somebody who will be of, again, it's a legal issue, who is of sound mind. And at what point is somebody described or regarded to be of sound mind, such that there is no external influence, there is no substance. You mustn't be under Dutch influence.
Yes.
Oh, great. Dutch influence could be like, I think they used to say the Dutch were the best brewers of beer.
Yes.
Okay, and
So
alcohol.
you shouldn't be drunk.
So you shouldn't be drunk.
Yeah.
Okay, then you shouldn't also be someone who is suffering from some mental instability. You're not stable, especially at the time you're doing this will. Right? So that could mean that you probably were not really expressing your intentment.
Right.
Do you understand? Then, even when you're in that sound mind yourself, but let those other external influences, like probably undue influence, coercion, fraud, duress. So it means that your certain child who probably wants to get a particular property, for instance, holds you at a very if you like, horrific position, coerced you to do a will, and such as bequeathing a certain part of your estate to him or to any other person, and then he stays quiet and goes, and then you think that that will be enforceable, even to him who would have done so as a potential beneficiary. That too shouldn't happen. So in all circumstances, for the will to be valid, it must be in writing. Right? It should be in writing. It should be made by someone of majority age. It should be done with free mind. There should be no imperative, no kind of obstacle with respect to those elements that could otherwise vitiate the rule, the will. And those vitiating elements, very quickly, since we're looking at even the validity, so we now look at those vitiating elements of a will. Will now therefore mean that if there is fraud element, then that will be vitiated. If there is show evidence of coercion, undue influence, and on duress and all of that, or that the person did that will when it's not of sound mind. Sound mind may not also always be being drunk or being of any form of insanity, but perhaps you are so critically ill to the extent that you are not in control of your mind. So those are the elements of a valid will, and then in contrast, the elements that can vitiate a will.
All right. So are there any mistakes people make in when writing a will? Are there any known mistakes, or it's been covered under what invalidates a will?
I wouldn't quite understand what you may intend by the question of mistakes, but provided those vitiating elements to a will are absent from a will, okay? And then the rather elements of a valid will are present in a will, right? And that will also taking the form of a will, then arguably that will is valid. But then you remember that I haven't established that there are vitiating elements, means that a will can be contested. So it will now depend on the person who is contesting the will to advance the grounds of his contestation, and then also to prove that, to establish that. So if there are beneficiaries, okay, maybe what we could say as mistake could come from ignorance of the law, where, for instance, there are no vitiating elements expressly, as we've talked about there now, but still vitiating element in a way where maybe you're actually freely making the will, but you now made some persons who are beneficiaries or potential beneficiaries of that will to witness that will. It will vitiate that will.
I see.
Do you understand?
All right.
Yes.
Okay. So let's touch some of the relatable elements, because one or two people might be in such a situation. Let's say like this, someone has children from different relationships. Can a will address that? Because some people, the African in us or the Nigerian in us, your father is not my mother's child, or my mother is not your whatever, and they now say because of that you cannot be part of. But let's say those persons are included in a valid will.
You see, one beautiful thing about also doing the will is that it subdues customary, I think I've mentioned customary practices. So all of what you have said, or you have this is that, or this is that, that's why the will is important for anybody who is even in that kind of situation. Because all of those other extraneous customary practices and even societal stereotypes, right, are undermined by will, such that you can freely give anything to any person, not minding the circumstance of birth of that person. It's even in that situation that you should even actually do a will. Maybe you adopted a child, or maybe somebody just lived with you, or maybe you have a child outside of wedlock. You remember when we were discussing the other time, I think some of these issues came up. Like, okay, even if we didn't touch it, let's take, for instance, now, a couple, right? Maybe either of the couple came into this marriage with a child.
All right.
That child would have become, remember I talked about the child of the marriage at that time.
Yeah.
Yes, that child could be the child of the marriage, but when it comes to inheritance, if there are no provisions, especially with will, for instance, as the woman came into the marriage with a child, right?
Yeah.
And then the man just lived on with the child and then this woman, and he eventually got other children with the woman. That child the woman came in with does not have an absolute express right to inherit in the property of the man. He can only inherit in the property of the woman. If the woman had her personal property before she got into this marriage with this man, he can apparently inherit in that. But you could see that these other children the woman would have got with this man now can also inherit together, because it's their mother's property, right? It makes common sense if it's their mother's property. But this child that the woman came into this marriage now, who is not the child of this man, even if they live together, even if in matrimony sometimes you consider as child of the marriage, he cannot inherit ordinarily. So you see, that man now, if he intends to have this child as a beneficiary of his estate, right? Then you either will do a proper and formal adoption of that child, becomes your child, or you do a will, as it is here right now being discussed. Then in that will, like I said, because in the will you can even give to even a friend your property. That's the show of love you can express to a friend. So you can actually will a particular property to a business partner or even a staff of your company who has established really good relationship with you. Some even outside this jurisdiction even give to charity.
Yes.
So you can actually will a part of your estate to charity. So is the charity related to you? And the charity can actually even be a corporate entity. It's a corporate person. So you can actually will a part of your business to an associate, to a foundation. Right? So a lot of people do this. So it's not about the argument as to children fighting over. If the man has done a will, and then so be it.
Okay. Now, are there people, because some people might say, hey, we've had this in at the court's discretion, Now, a will clearly states, give this to this, that, and the other, it's being contested. Are there people that the law would protect, especially even though they were not part of the will? To say, okay, they should get part of it. Can it ever happen?
First, let's see a scenario where, yes, there is a will, okay?
Yeah.
And because, of course, expect that even when you do a will, you are probably required to even make that your will registered. Okay? That's where the probate comes in. That's when we talked about government here. Now it means I imagine that we're talking about where the probate comes in, and then definitely in empowering the executors. Because when we go deeper into the will, because in that your will, you will appoint an executor or advisedly executors who will give effect to the will in terms of after your passing, in terms of ensuring that those who are listed as beneficiaries get what they were. So at that point, you have the executors carrying out your desire, including the administrator general of a state when that circumstance arises. But whether there are people or certain individuals who are of right must benefit from a property, and then they are not captured in a will, whether they have a right to challenge the will or to request that they be brought in, and then the court giving such order. It will depend on circumstances, but I'm afraid, I'm afraid it's not. That's why the will is more or less like, if it is properly and then it is properly done and is valid, it's more or less like a rock. So can another person, even if it is a state, it is in the circumstances where there are vitiating elements that you contest the will as to the validity of the will, and then the court comes in, that's the probate comes in, and then if it's so found that such windows may even actually likely open. That's what I think. But I think I'll also look into that. Yes.
Right,
that could be a point I'll take out to look into.
Two questions. You've made a will. Where do you keep it? That's one.
Yes, a will must be kept safely because you know what? It is the original copy of the will that the probate will need for the executors to present for them to give the go-ahead to enforce the will. So, and that's why it's important that the safe keeping or custody of the will is also very critical, and that's where also the lawyer comes in. So you could keep with your solicitor, with your lawyer. You could keep in the bank.
Are banks really safe these
Yes,
days?
you can.
Because with the way some of them have become fraudulent. One is worried.
But then fraudulent. But the will now is going to be a document, so it's not quite like the online banking now that they can. So even if they hack into the site of the bank, it will not affect your will. So and then they have their strong room and then their strong safe. So the bank is recommendable. Even you in your house, you can actually have a strong safe that could be fireproof, that could be waterproof. And then, that you can safely, all that is required is safe keeping of your will, especially the original copy of the will.
All right. So you talked about executors, people who would obviously handle the divesting of the property or the estate when the person has died.
Yes, excellent.
So executors, again, I worry because sometimes there have been cases where you hear, my father's best friend was part of the let's call them board of trustees at this point. My father's best friend was part of it. My father's this and that, and they start colluding with the outsiders to kind of disinherit the beneficiaries. So
they will challenge.
Who should be an executor? What is an executor and who should be one?
Good. While making your will, one of the things you're required to do is to appoint the executor, more advisedly executors. Okay. Now, when you do so, they have a very strong, legally protected responsibility, a responsibility that is built on faith. Okay. So that fiduciary duty they owe to the beneficiaries, right? To be diligent, to be accountable, and to be objective and transparent. They are like trustees, right? So the estate of the deceased that is entrusted in their hands, probably until the day that is going to be actually effected or applied, is such that they owe all the beneficiaries a duty in trust. And it's a fiduciary duty. It's a duty that they do not have to order. So that circumstance where some beneficiaries perceive, and perhaps evidentially so, that the executor, right, it was going out of the will, the intendment of the testator, and then is doing otherwise, they will challenge in court. And that's why the will, advisedly again, is required to be registered, and more so with the probate. So that's the one they call registering with the court, actually, right? The probate division of the court deals with estates and administration of estate. So that, again, would become one of the reasons that could lead to wills contestable. Yes. So wills can be contested by those beneficiaries who feel dissatisfied by even the manner of execution of the will by the executor. Then again, one also very important person that the testator could appoint is where you have minors, small children, as beneficiaries of this will, especially when it comes to such property that they do not have the capacity to be able to hold at the time you make your will, and probably at the time the testator passed. And let's say the testator is the person who makes the will, who dies with a will. The person who dies with a will dies testate. But then the person who dies without a will is intestate. So the person who makes the will is the testator. So if he has very small children in mind, you appoint also a guardian for that purpose for those children, right? Or who you may probably describe as the best friend. Best friend here is a legal term, not about the best classmate of the child in school per se. So the best friend of that child, who himself or herself will be an adult that is having that capacity to act in the place of the child, to be able to hold the interest of the child when the child becomes of majority. Sometimes it stays back with the executor. But if in your will they appointed also a guardian for a child beneficiary in that will, then if the will is going to be effected, that child beneficiary holds and manages also as a trustee, and manages the interests of that child until the child becomes of majority. Maybe like land.
Exactly. Okay, so can you cancel a will? Can you change a will? Can you amend a will?
Now, as long as we live, and then since it's advised that in fact, wills are prepared while you're alive, and then that you prepare a will doesn't mean you are sure you're living the next day, or there's any indication or any spiritual thing that's going to then make you die quick. No. So it means that you're striving on. Remember, we laid this foundation saying as we strive every day, we're building estate, we're acquiring things and all that. So you may have acquired additional estate or property after you have done the last will, right? So yes, you can improve on the last will that you've done, the amendment. Now this is it. There are two ways you can go. You can do an outright complete amendment of that will by doing a new will. So when you do a new will, it asks the other one. But then you can also do like a correction or an amendment also, which is in a document referred legally as codicil. So when you do that, one is attached to that original will. So the codicil, yes, is an amendment of some provisions of the will, okay, then as part of that will. But if you did an outright new will, then so you can actually change, because and it's expected as you grow on, as you also progress, you may have new, and then you can also change your mind, who knows? Even if it is not just about, so some of the circumstances that lead to amendment or making a codicil may not just be about getting new property. It could also be about changing your mind with respect to some beneficiaries. There are some persons that may become so dissatisfying that you want to disinherit them.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Then again, or maybe new persons, also new children have come in. So let's take the positive. The other one appears harsh. Yeah, that what could the child have done that the father will want to disinherit him? But it's not just children, like I said. It could also be maybe a charity. Okay, what if the charity has gone extinct? There was a charity perhaps, but it was a going concern when you did your will, but probably it's folded up. There's a winding up and it's no longer there. You go and change your will. And then if new children came in, that's a positive one. So you also probably include them. And so it will cost you to make an amendment, either do a codicil or do an entire new will.
All right. So, which is better, having many codicils or just doing an outright new will? Because some might say, okay, let's just do a codicil, and then it could end up creating confusion. So, which is better?
I think apparently for me in my head, and also being a lawyer, the codicil thing will be appropriate where maybe few instances. But assuming you're living much longer and then you're getting more and more and more, codicil will become just like you've said, common sense, just too many to it. At some point, maybe you started with codicil, you did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could then, just like the constitution of a country, okay, now today we are still on the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. So several alterations. Nigeria can decide at some point to now consolidate all of these alterations that we now read as the 4th alteration, the 5th alteration, the 6th alteration. Yeah, in the US, so many. But we can also elect to say, okay, we'll do an entirely new constitution. So you no longer, just like we did the 1999 against the 1979. So you can actually even get off all of those codicils. So all of those components of the codicil, the amendments that have been made to the first and original will will now be reflected into an entirely new will.
All right, so how do you cancel a will? Do you just put a what's that thing called, biro, just it's cancelled? How do you cancel a will?
Because that you withdraw everything and you don't want to do a will again.
And write cancelled. Let's say you don't trust your family members, and so you want to do a new will or something. The one maybe you're keeping it at home. So do you burn it? Do you just 2 lines and write cancelled inside? Then you now go and do a new will, or is it absolutely unnecessary? Just do a new will.
Remember that at the time you've done the will and you haven't passed, right? And and it's not even expected that the beneficiaries or others would have known that there is a will or what benefits they have. But you can actually cancel a will or revoke a will by either physically destroying that original document, right? It's not, the subject matter is not there anymore. Or like we have discussed almost repeatedly, you execute a new will that clearly explicitly revokes the previous. And of course, the will is always stated as the last, so anyone you did, the later will It's like the last will of that person,
Okay.
overriding
All right, so
and
that's why they say
outwriting the
this
other
is the
previous.
last
This is the
will
last
and
will of the
testament.
testament of
Okay.
that person.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we started off with the story of Helen Prest Ajayi, married traditionally,
And
of
permit
course.
me not to go into the merits. The thing about
Of
being
that
subject
case.
is not going to the merit of the case. We're not
Okay.
discussing them, making references to them. But let's listeners, I think I don't know what I mentioned it last time.
Okay.
And if we did, maybe I wasn't quite clear what it is. The fact that we did. The fact that you are separated from your wife or your husband.
You did talk about
Please note, it's important. That marriage still do.
Yes.
Whether it is customary
talked about it.
or statutory, that marriage is there. So that even if it is 10 years, 20 years, so you see all of those marriages today, especially the statutory marriages that most young couple are separated here, go and dissolve that statutory marriage if the marriage has broken down irretrievably, and indeed mutually you do not want to come back together. Just go and dissolve it. And that is the point you now go to the court, the one they now call the court marriage. You may have contracted that at the registry, but the only place and person that has the authority and the power to dissolve a statutory marriage is the court. It's not even the two of you deciding that we are not marrying again. There is no, it's just comedy, or if you like, movie in Nollywood to say, bring the divorce papers. Go and file a petition for dissolution.
Okay.
And then the marriage properly dissolved. Even not just at the first instance, decree nisi, because decree nisi also the marriage has not been dissolved.
Okay.
But of course, automatically after 3 months, it becomes absolute. Then another, the same in customary marriage. Of course, most of our customs are actually even sensible to that if the marriage has not been properly dissolved in the manners that the custom recognizes as dissolution of customary marriage, whether it's simply return of bride price or some rituals, make sure that whatever is required for the dissolution of that customary marriage is done for you to be sure that the marriage has been dissolved. Then what then is the legal implication where you fail to do so and you didn't know, especially where you have an earlier marriage? The Marriage Act has a provision with respect to invalidity of or nullity of a marriage. So you may think you are contracting a second marriage, but that marriage from the beginning is a nullity and is void. And I'm afraid in law, a disposition that is void is completely void from the beginning. It's different from a voidable disposition. A voidable disposition in law is that it can be ratified, it can be made well, right? No, but for a void disposition, which that kind of marriage is bad from its beginning, that's the one the indomitable Lord Denning would say it's like placing something on nothing and expecting it to stay. He said it won't just collapse, but it's incurably bad. It will collapse, but it's incurably bad. So please go and correct all of what you need to do, especially in dissolving marriages. And again, especially also knowing the validity of the marriage you are contracting. Not just about a subsisting marriage, there are other vitiating elements to a valid marriage as well, including the person you're married, what relationship between you and that person. If it is in that degree of consanguinity, his marriage is invalid. Let our listeners understand. There are certain relationships that the law has said you won't get married to such person. You cannot marry your sister.
True.
So go and find out that that person you are married to is your sister. Otherwise, at any time it's found that the marriage is invalid.
All right.
So where there is such invalidity of a marriage and then this kind of similar things now happen, the court, that is where some people now will not understand the court. You know, say, the previous marriage is valid and subsisting, and the law prohibits a person who is married to a woman at this under this way not to contract and not. So that even if you validly did all of those, customary marriage done, price paid and all of that, but whatever you did at all the time you were doing was just a nullity, and meaning that in the eyes of law there was no marriage.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're beginning to see the importance of having a will. In fact, just to rehash, Barrister Henry Akene has already told you that just because you have a will doesn't mean you're inviting death. So please, before you leave your families in disarray, it's good to plan. 0810-9510-951. That's 0810-9510-951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes, 0701-9339-962, 0701-9339-962. You can call in and ask your questions. I think we have a call. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Lady B, once again. I greet your guest.
Good
Thank
morning,
you so much
Special
for listening
Douglas.
for your-
All right.
Thank you, Lady B. I got a bit confused now when Dr. Kineda was saying that if a marriage and there are customary issues are not resolved, that might, kind of still exist. So I want to ask, a marriage by act is dissolved in court. Does it not cover any traditional rights that was done, or do you have to go and do those traditional rights again after the dissolution of that marriage?
Okay, so what you're asking is a person who marries under the law and traditionally, do you have to divorce on both sides to be completely divorced?
Yeah, that's one.
All
Yes,
right.
that is one question. Then the second question is, this decree 9 side, is it paid in arrears? For instance, where the decree 9 side has been, has commenced after 3 months, and then the lady in question elopes with the kids, depriving herself of all those entitlements that are supposed to come according to the decree 9 side. Then if she's supposed many years later to claim those things in the past, I'm asking if it is possible by law to pay decree 9 side in arrears. I don't know if you get the
What do you
question.
mean by paid decree NISA in a rate? Anyway, let Barrister
The
Ekene.
benefit.
No.
The benefit
You're mixing two things together. You're mixing child support. Decree NISA is something else.
Child support part of the decree 9 side is in the decree 9 side. Okay, the benefits
Hold on. Let Barrister Ekene handle that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Let me start with the Decree 9SI. Decree 9SI is about the marriage itself, dissolution of the marriage.
Exactly.
It's not about, because it can actually even happen in a marriage where there was no child and there is no property to settle. There are 3 critical issues or reliefs that I would always imagine in any statutory marriage dissolution. The marriage itself, where there are children, the issue of custody, maintenance, and all of that then will come in. Where there are property to be shared, that's settlement property, that's when it comes in. So even in the marriage where there are no property to settle and there are no children for custody and maintenance and welfare and the rest, all right, then is the marriage alone. You could see that Decree 9. So Decree 9 is the order of the court, more or less finding the marriage haven't broken down irretrievably and dissolving same, but just giving a possible window the law created for 3 months. There could be a possibility of both couple reconciling and then coming up. That time, that marriage more or less is the same marriage. So, but at the automatic aspect, so again, maybe the one that you don't need to do anything with respect to the Decree 9 side, okay? You don't need to do anything for it to become absolute. It becomes absolute automatically upon the expiration of the 90 days, the 3 months.
Let's take some more calls. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Port Harcourt. This is my name. Please, the barrister, I have a question I want to ask. Please.
Go ahead.
A marriage that was contracted traditionally, church wedding or whatever they call it, and also the high court, you have a legal backing, and maybe somewhat temporary separation, and the woman demise, her death benefit, because where she worked before, she was losing up to a very high level. And the family, are they entitled for the death benefit, or is it the other family?
All right. So, Barrister, just hold on. Let's read some comments, and then Barrister will answer that. Greetings. If a father and his next of kin dies in accident, who becomes the next of kin? All right. That's from Thank God Ability at Tuibu. Okay, we get you. Let's take WhatsApp messages so that he can answer all of that.
Good morning. My name is Otianosen. I want to praise the local government chairman for this act.
Okay, this is a different thing. Let's take this one and see.
Good morning. This is Monday, recording from Monday. Well, I will quickly advise the local government chairman.
Why are all these messages coming now? This is for the pastor. Let's go back to the phone lines. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead.
I want to greet your guests in the studio.
All right.
Yes. My own is a question. I want to ask the brother in the studio, Brother Akine. In a case of marriage, we did not marry in court. There was no court marriage.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Let's take this message that call dropped. Please, does a woman have the right to go about the former husband's name in a vacated marriage by the High Court? If not, what does the man do to stop it? All right. By a second, we'll get back to you on that. 95.1, welcome. You have answers to that.
Sorry, the fact I didn't answer the first question about the solution.
We're compiling all. We're compiling all.
Okay, please let me buttress that my second question. I mean, for the benefits that accrue from that decree 9 so child support, house rent, and all that, and then the lady is nowhere to be found for those payments and all that, and then she surfaces years later. Should those things still be paid, or because it has passed, it should be forgotten? That's the question.
All right.
Forgotten. Okay, let's take a scenario. Maybe I'll just, if I'm right.
Okay.
That means this is a marriage where there are children, okay?
Yes.
Now, upon the dissolution of the marriage, but then at the stage of the decree NISI, right? Certain ancillary orders were made with respect to maintenance and welfare of the children,
Hopefully
right?
That's what he means.
Those are enforceable. Now, the question, I think the scenario is when then the woman is not available for let's say the man now to be able to make those payments.
Yes.
But what I haven't quite clearly understood is that she then returns several months or so after. Then you know what? As far as for the marriage, once it's after the 90 days, 30 days, the marriage, clearly that one has been dissolved. Now, but for the children, whatever ancillary order or other orders with respect to the maintenance and welfare, they stand even after the marriage becomes absolutely dissolved. Right. They stand. So if she wasn't coming forth or there was no way to reach out to the children, let's say whenever she comes, it's not the man's fault.
Yeah, you still owe your children.
Except I didn't quite understand.
Right,
but those are all questions.
Please, does a woman have the right to go about the former husband's name in a vacated marriage by the High Court? If not, what does the man do to stop it?
Hey, even if it doesn't come in my head clearly as a legal issue, if a man is not comfortable with her continuing to answer his name, he can actually take a step to restrain her from continuing to answer his name. It could also be a legal step, maybe a court order to restrain him from continuing. I mean, her rather to continue. But that time, that action is not a matrimonial action. It won't be a matrimonial action.
All right. Thank God ability. This is your question. He says, if a father and his next of kin dies in an accident, who becomes next of kin?
The first question I would even ask, what do we really understand as next of kin? Next of kin has nothing really quite about these issues of inheritance or benefit in marriage or matrimonial relationship. I think it's quite about an expression as to who to reach out to or to contact when is this good. So if a father and a child, right, unfortunately get involved in an accident and they both die, with respect to next of kin, right? Any other person after those individuals, even if not clearly expressed, because the man wouldn't have been there to change in any document or anywhere. And again, I think, in my view, the most fundamental effect of expressing anybody as next of kin is just who to reach out to. Because your next of kin may not even be a beneficiary to your estate.
Indeed.
That's shocking.
Indeed. All right. Oh, wow. Interesting conversations sadly come to an end. What can we do?
And some unanswered questions.
Unanswered, so many unanswered. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I know next week Queen is going to handle Saturday, but if Barrister Ekene is in town, two Saturdays from today, we'll pick up where we left off because the phone lines are still going. I don't know, Barrister Ekene, if you're available.
And I wish if you can drop some of those questions on your phone, then you just forward them to me.
Yeah,
because it's important to get the benefit of taking their time to listen to our conversation and for their questions to be answered.
All right, so here's what we'll do, guys. The text messaging number, send your questions to that number via WhatsApp. and then I'll forward all to Barrister Ekene. So here are the numbers if you have questions, or voice notes, if it be voice notes, so we can get you clearly. 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. Send all your messages and your voice notes to that number, and I'll forward them to Barrister Ekine, and he'll give you your answers. All right, sadly, this is where we have to draw the curtain on the law today. It's been my learned senior, Barrister Henry Ekine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Don. It's also my pleasure to have this opportunity and this veritable platform to respond to these issues as much as we understand for the benefit of our esteemed listeners.
All right. Coming up next is, let's see now, that's Family Circle with Harriet Ojigba. Don't touch that dial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibility. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station, and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news, and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, this is what I like to call the home stretch. This is Family Circle for the next 52 minutes. Yeah, we'll be having an awesome time together. Now, here's the thing. I'm still awaiting the presence, the very esteemed presence of Madam Harriet Ojigba. But while we wait, let's see if I can't entertain us, because she has some things to tell us. Today's conversation, the heading is When Silence Becomes a Wall, How Emotional Withdrawal Slowly Breaks Marriages. Before we get into that, as we await Madam Harriet, let me tell you a story that could tie into what we're supposed to be talking about. And it's the story of Chinedu and Ijoma Eze. You see, in GRA Phase 2 Port Harcourt lived a couple everyone envied. Chinedu Eze and Ijoma Eze looked like the definition of soft life marriage, or what some of us have come to know as couples goals or couple goals. Well-furnished duplex, 2 kids in private school, weekend outings to malls and restaurants. On social media, they were always smiling. Like I said, couple goals. I mean, a couple's goals, whatever. But the couples, the type of couples you love to hate. But you see, inside their home, something had gone quiet. No loud fights. You know, in marriages, in relationships, if you're not quarrel, then something is wrong, or one person is obviously pretending, somebody's playing the fool. No scandals, just silence. And it started small. Chinedu would come back from work, greet in this guttural, you know, that kind of thing. Like the person you're seeing is irritating you. And he'll just sit with his phone. And Ijoma would ask, how was your day? And he would answer, that was it. Now, Ijoma, once bubbly and talkative, began to stop asking questions. Ijoma was the type of person, loving, vivacious, honey, and very tactile. Loving to touch, PDA, all those kind of things. Love to jump into his lap. You know the kind of person I'm talking about, right? Some of you men are like that, but this was Ijoma. Her love language was loud. Now, when this thing started happening in her house, she first thought it was stress from his job at the oil servicing company in Transamadi. So she adjusted, be your husband's peace. So less talking, more patience, he'll snap out of it eventually. But the sad thing is that when you don't tackle something head on, you see, silence, it has a way of growing. And it grew. Weeks became months. They stopped sharing meals. Even in the bedroom, conversation disappeared. Then, of course, the warmth that followed it. So Chinedu would brush his teeth. Ijoma would do her nighttime rituals. And not even good night. They'll just fall into bed. This one turn face left. This one turn face right. In fact, it got so bad because the silence was deafening. Ijoma started sleeping with the television on just so that there could be some kind of life in the bedroom. And when that didn't work, she'd lie awake at night thinking, we're in the same house, but I don't know this man anymore. Now, Chinedu, on his own part, he wasn't angry, he was just tired. Work pressure, financial expectations from extended family in Omoku, and a feeling that no matter what he said at home, it was never received the way he meant it. So he too, Kukuma, stopped trying. Now, one evening, their 9-year-old daughter, Kamsi, said something that would change everything. Mommy, Why do you and daddy whisper to us but not to each other? Ladies and gentlemen, have you been there where when you can't talk to her and she can't talk to him, you talk to every other person, including the family dog, if you have one? Now, of course, this question landed like a stone in the water. Boom. And Ijoma didn't answer immediately. That night, she sat alone in the kitchen in silence that felt heavier than usual. And for the first time, she didn't reach for her phone or distractions, because we love to distract ourselves when our relationships aren't going good. You watch movies. Many of us even go into sitcoms. We watch funny things that could help us laugh because we're seeking laughter, or hang out with friends. Anything to distract ourselves from the silence of our homes. But this time around, Ijoma didn't do that. Instead, she asked herself, when did we stop being friends? So the next morning, she did something different. Instead of, how was your day? She said, I don't think that we are okay. Can we talk? Chinedu looked at her funny. Proper talk. Now, Chinedu almost brushed it off. Old habit of, oh, I'm fine. Well, I guess when God wants to work, or maybe something in her tone, it stopped him. Now, they didn't fix everything in one conversation. Rome wasn't built in a day. In fact, the first talk was messy. Oh, boy, cry, shout, defensiveness. What do you mean I make you feel like? What do you mean? How can you say that? You're not even listening to me. Are you hearing what I'm saying? You know how it can be, right? Yeah. The first cut is the deepest. So, yeah, the first step many times is the hardest. So there was all that drama. But it was the first time in a long time that silence didn't win. So what they did differently, the turning point, I'll tell you after this.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
You're like, where did she go? I want to know how it ended, because I'm in the same boat as well. I need help. My marriage, I need help in my relationship. We no longer speak, and to hear that other people might be going through the same thing. How did they solve their situation? Yeah, I know. I just put the music just so that cool. In case some of you started weeping, but I'm hopeful that you none of you were crying. But yes, let me tell you what Ijoma and Chinedu did. Number one, they admitted to themselves that they needed help. And so they turned to, marriage counselors, relationship therapists, people who could, neutral parties who could tell them, this is what you're doing wrong, this is what you're doing right. Are you listening to each other's feelings? People who could neutrally do the job without taking sides. And they were giving a couple of assignments to go and do. Here are the assignments they were to carry out. Create no phone evenings. Now, not romantic fantasy, just 30 minutes after dinner, where phones are put away, and check in with each other. The first time they tried it, it was a bit awkward, but it began getting easier over time, where they found they could discuss about their day or about the dumbest things. And where there was nothing to discuss, sometimes they would watch a movie together and discuss on the movie. Oh, look at what that mumu man is doing. Oh, look at what that girl is doing. Oh, this and that. And little by little, yes, house that was filled with silence started having laughter, conversations, the randomest, dumbest things they talked about. Number two, they learned to name feelings rather than attack. Remember when I told you that the first talk session they had, oh, you don't listen to me, you don't talk to me, you this and that and the other. They named their feelings. Little by little, they started getting it right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I could go on with number 3 and number 4 and number 5, but here's the thing. Madam Harriet Ojigba is in the building to tell you what number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 are. You're welcome to the show, madam.
Thank you. So much traffic. Oh my goodness.
All right.
My goodness, it's not easy coming here.
Well, thank you for the good work. Yes, because that's like your gift to society.
I am telling you.
All right. So you know what? Let's go back to the music. Give us some time to recoup.
Let me just good.
And we'll be right back. All right.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Fire away, madam.
Hey. Okay, today we talk of silence.
Yes.
We talk of silence. You know, people think that some of the major things that brings down marriages are those big fights.
Okay.
You know, financial issues, sex and all that, But sometimes It's not those big fights. It's those, I call it those tiny habits, negligible. Sometimes you don't take note, but they are very destructive.
Okay.
Very destructive. And one of them is this silent treatment.
Okay.
Yes, very destructive. You know, why is it destructive? Because it doesn't actually start almost immediately. It's a gradual thing. It builds, it grows. Before you know it, people are harboring resentment, you understand, grudges, you know. And with time, you know, that emotional space is invaded, you know, with grudges, with, you know, heavy hearts. You understand?
Yeah.
So it starts gradually, you wouldn't know. So today, please, let's talk about silent treatment. And how does it happen? Why does it happen in the first place? You understand? Silent treatment is when people feel, you know, all of a sudden you're talking to your spouse, is muted, is silence, you know. You're talking to someone and he's just looking at you and he's not even responding. Do you understand? That emotional space is looking at you as in, oh my goodness, if there's anything that can humiliate a woman, a man or a woman, a wife or a husband, is when you are talking to your spouse and you are being ignored. Do you understand? People are living today as we speak under the same roof, yet they are divorced. But in the outside, they are still married. But in the inside, they are divorced because they know they are together, yet they are separated. They are married, yet they are lonely. Have you ever been in a space with a partner and yet you feel very lonely? Very lonely. You know, there's no quarrel, there's no shout, there's no noise, but what? Just silence. But that silence, is so destructive. You know, a research was carried out and it was discovered that some of the most loneliest people on earth are not those singles that are searching to tango. They are not searching to tango, not those people. They're those married ones.
All right.
They are the most loneliest people. Especially when you get into a place that, look, everything is silence, nothing is going on, it's an emotional distance. You know, you feel that you are married. People see you as a married woman. People see you as a married man. But deep down in you, you know you are separated from this woman. You're separated from this man. There's no peace. There's no companionship. There's a silent treatment. And how does it happen? Why does it happen in the first place? You know, people don't just go into silent treatment because they feel like, oh, they don't love you anymore. No, they don't just do that. You understand? Something must have led to that. And what is the reason why people go into silence? They feel, okay, they'll be muted. They don't want to talk to you again and all that. Why do they do that? Sometimes one of the reasons is when they keep telling you of something, they keep telling their spouse of one particular thing, you know, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. And you keep repeating that thing. You know, with time, they feel, no, the best thing to do is to be muted. To withdraw from you completely, to teach you a lesson. By the time you see that they are withdrawn, they are not talking to you, your emotional space, there's a distance already, you can learn from that. So they just go silent. Then another reason why people do that, they feel, oh, I'm unheard. Anytime I talk to you, I feel unheard. Do you understand? My opinion does not matter. It does not count. So what's the point of talking? Even when I talk, it doesn't mean anything to you. I cannot express my feeling. My feeling means nothing to you. So they'll rather go back to their share and ignore us. Okay, it's better. Let me even have my peace by keeping quiet and being silent. You know. So other people also use it as a form of control. Control and punishment, you know, to their spouse. They call it the emotional punishment to their spouse. A man makes you feel so invalid. I mean, you look invisible to him. You understand? It's so torturing. It causes an emotional scars. It causes emotional injury. And the heart, they say things fall apart. Nothing breaks more than the heart. You know, it's painful. You understand? So people do it for so many reasons. It doesn't just come all of a sudden, overnight. No, it must be over time. You know, people begin to see their partner, the way they behave, you know, things, the way they want to express themselves, they shut them down. You know, they cannot express their emotions freely. An emotional space is not created for them to express themselves without being judged. You know, so they just look at it. I mean, there's no point. Let me have my peace. By keeping quiet, by keeping muted. But the question is this: by keeping muted and silent, does it solve the problem? It doesn't solve the problem, because anything in counseling, anything that is not spoken, anything you do not express, still remains. Still remains because you didn't express it. There was no communication there. So silence is just a pain. It's a pain, even if it's silence. You know, it's not calm. They say it's silence, but it's not calm. It's chaotic. It's chaotic because it does not solve the problem. It's like pain that is not spoken. Silence is pain that is not spoken, because you are still harboring those resentment and pain in you. I've seen men, because, oh, your wife has done you something, you say, I will not eat her food. You will refuse to eat her food. In those days when I was just much smaller, if you don't eat food, your husband does not eat your food, does not eat my mommy's food or one of the wife's food, man, is a taboo. That you, the woman, probably you are the one that is right, because your husband feel, you've spoken one way that he's not too comfortable with him. Do you understand? I see my mommy going to buy shinabs. This shinabs, this drink, they now go with some elders. Going to call some elders. Probably my mom is even right. Do you understand? But a woman understands that, look, peace is priceless. She understands that she builds the house. Okay. So sometimes it's my father that is actually right. But my father feels, he wants to use it as control over her. But what will my mother do? The pious woman, the virtuous woman, trying to build her home, not looking at my father, because my mom made us to understand that, look, all the things I do, I'm not doing it for your father. I'm doing it for a supernatural being, which is God Almighty, who has given me the privilege to act in this capacity. If I follow your dad, I will give raiment for raiment, evil for evil. But I'm not after that. I'm the wife. I am playing my role. And it did pay off for her as we speak. And that's the same thing I am doing. My wrath can never go before the sun, even when I'm hungry, even when I know that I am right. But I want peace. My mom goes to buy shinap. Some elders will not come, appease my father, beg my father. My father now smiles and goes back to the house. And my mom is right. That is a clever woman trying to create peace. Do you understand? So if you don't eat your food, do you know what it means? It hurts a woman so badly. But I'm trying to tell the men right now, would that solve the problem? Because why I came here with this topic today? I was in there's a program that I was watching, and they were calling our men, will not eat their wife's food, keep them silent, muted for 3 years, 3 months under the same roof.
Wow.
You are married to this woman, yet you are divorced. You are divorced inside, but outwardly you are still married. No, it was painful. I say I needed to talk about this. Because when you do that to a woman, you are not trying to correct her. Even though she feels it, there's an emotional imbalance, emotional injury, even if she feels, but one thing she feels is not about what has caused the problem, but the pain that she feels. This is a man that I love so much. Okay, we have an issue. Can we talk about it? Can we express it? You understand? We are not expressing it. You just withdrew. And you don't eat my food. So she's not thinking of that thing that you want to use in teaching her a lesson. She's thinking of the pain that you inflicted on her. Right. So you might not know that's what she's thinking of. And now she now has that fear. Even though she doesn't want to repeat that the next time because of the action you've taken. But what happened? She now has the fear in her that if you can take this kind of drastic action because she just did something. You understand? It's a fear. Fear is not respect. It's not submission. Fear is not respect and not submission because she's not agitated, and she harbor grudges. I mean, why would this man not eat my food just because something happened? Do you understand? Yeah. So it does not even solve the problem. What it does, plus or minus, is cause an emotional distance comes in, but she harbors this thing in her heart gradually. And what happened? Your emotional space is being invaded. You see the woman, it will be pulling up from you gradually. Your husband will be pulling up from you gradually. Before you know it, you are in court. A marriage that started so well, husband and wife together 18, 20 years, all of a sudden you see these people in court. You'll be wondering, these people once shared the same bedroom. If you see the kind of words they utter to each other, and your children are there, these are the people who started very well. What happened? It started with this kind of silent treatment, emotional withdrawal. In counseling, we call it emotional withdrawal and stonewalling. When the person refuses to engage anymore, he feels withdraws from conversation, shut down his emotions completely to the spouse and all that. That's what we say. It's called stonewalling. Does this solve the problem? No. Like I said, it does not solve the problem. So let's talk about the solution. What happened? Right. Yes, because we don't have time right now. Yeah. So what is the solution to this problem? I just said something. Anything that is not expressed will remains. It remains. The pain is still there. Silence does not solve any problem. For everybody hearing the sound of my voice right now, for you being muted to teach your wife or your husband a lesson, then the women, they will want to withdraw sex from their husbands. Because you didn't do this, I have to take this from you. I will show you in the next room. I will show you in the bedroom. But does this solve the problem? No, you are chasing that man away. Because the goal is not to chase the man outside. The goal is to bring the man in. Do you understand? But when you do this and you think you're trying to hurt your husband, you are not hurting your husband. Because if they go out, especially men that are not in their divine purpose, if they go out and another girl gives them that peace that they can't get in their house, it is finished. So the story is over. You will be looking for them. You will be looking for them. But then you've also led them to sin against their creator. So all these things, silent treatment, does it help? It does not help. What you do is to talk over any problem. If you have an issue, express it. There's something I tell every man and woman, and I have it, and that's helping me in my marriage. The solution mindset. The solution mindset. Is there a problem? You have been disrespected, isn't it? And you are not happy about it. There is a problem. We need to talk about it. It's a problem. So you have the solution mindset. Look, this person just spoke to me the way I don't like it. And we have to address it. Do you understand?
Yes.
So you call your partner. Let's sit and talk. Express yourself, but express yourself in a way that your partner will understand, in a respectable manner. That's what assertiveness, expressing yourself openly, confidently, but in a respectable manner, putting yourself in the position of your spouse, empathy. That if somebody speak to me like that, will I like it? Do you understand? Call the person attention. This thing you just did, I don't like it. With respect. Using your feelings, not speaking out of frustration, speaking from your own experience, but not out of frustration. Women do this a lot. They speak out from frustration, rather from their own experience. So you can use the word, hi, I feel invisible when I speak to you and you ignore me. I feel invalid. Do you understand? There's no spouse that you talk to, expressing your own feelings, not pointing at them. You make me do this. You always doing this. You ignore me all the time. It's the same thing, but different tone and different meaning.
The you make me is almost like an accusation. Okay.
So the person is on the defensive immediately. Once you just say you, the person wants to defend himself or herself immediately. But when you come and speak out of your own experience, this is how I feel, because you don't know what your partner feels. You cannot express how they feel. You are not in them. You are not a magician to go into them. So when you speak from your own angle, from your own feeling, it makes the person want to sit down and listen to you. Because most times it's the presentation skills that we have a problem with. It's not just the silent treatment that started. How did you present your case? There's an issue. I have a solution mindset. Like me, I cannot sleep overnight that I have issue with my husband. I will never be comfortable for crying out loud. Because my emotional space, I don't want anything to invade it. I don't want it to be clustered. I want to be free, look beautiful all the time, Harriet. So don't bitter leaf. That's nice. So even when I know that I'm right and everything, my husband is like, I go to him. And I don't sleep in my room. Like I tell women, I don't sleep in my room. Because it's always good. Because you know what's important? You say, look, on no reason should you deny yourself of sex. A husband and a wife. If you have to do it, it will be in the case of prayer. Then even if you have agreed, there's a concept between both of you to go in prayer. Don't take it too long, so that the devil cannot penetrate. Do you understand? So people who keep silent treatments, who makes the husband feel, oh, because you've hurt me, I will not give you this in the other room. You do not know what you're creating. You are bringing Satan into your home. I said Satan can never penetrate any home. Everybody hearing the sound of my voice right now, he has no right to penetrate your home when it's not mismanaged. You only have access into your home when it's mismanaged. So when a wife decides to, deny a man the conjugal right because there's something that happened, or because the man refused to buy something, do you know that you deny your husband? What have you done? What have you just done? If that place is mismanaged already, do you understand? There's a silent treatment. No, there's frustration. Do you understand? There's desperation and every other. There's anger. What happened? Satan will penetrate there, and it will bring a young woman that you will not even expect. The man will go out and see a young woman that's ready to give him peace. But one thing I'm trying to tell men, to these women will give you peace based on what you have told them about your wife. They capitalize on what you have told them and begin to be this nice person, massage you, give you that peace that erodes in your house that you came to take. But the day you convert them to become a wife, they might even be worse than your wife. That's why solution mindset. There is a problem. We need to address it. We need to talk about it. There must be clarity. What is happening? Why did you do this? It is the best solution than the silent treatment.
All right. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you can see we're rushing because we started off late and we're pressed for time. Do you have any questions so far? Remember, the numbers are still 0810-9510-951. That's 0810-9510-951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, voice notes, 0701-9339-962. That's 0701-9339-962. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, madam. Good morning, madam.
Good morning. Go ahead. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Okay, my name is Nebu Pepper from Bugumasa.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, madam. Thank you very much about this advice I give to us. Very sweet advice. I appreciate it very well. Let me call you and tell you thank you.
Thank God. Thank you so much.
All right. More calls. All right. Even if it be accolades at this point, because yes, those were some really good advice, especially the withholding of conjugal rights. That's wrong. 95.1. Welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay. I don't know if we're having network issues or something. 0801 0810 9510 951. That's 0810 9510 951. Text messages 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. All right, while we're waiting for okay, we have calls. I was about to ask you more practical steps that they could do. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning.
Good
I
morning.
am Pastor Godwin. Good morning, Mrs. Harriet.
Good morning to you, Sarah.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you very much for these orientations.
Thank you. Thank God, sir.
And the enlightenment you are giving to us. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank God.
Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello? All right. I don't know if you sat on your phone. Okay, so are there any more practical steps? Because the story I was reading out, they talked, well, it's creative stuff anyway. They talked to therapists and therapists gave them assignments to do. So I don't know if you know of any assignments that couples who are trying to find their way back to each other, having understood that, well, they've been boundaries. Okay.
Yes, there's something called boundaries.
All right.
Boundaries is like, okay, if you do this, this is what will happen.
Okay.
Yeah, there are healthy boundaries and there are unhealthy boundaries.
Okay.
But let's stick to the healthy boundaries.
All right.
Yes. It could be that. That's why I say people, if you understand what is called boundary, people before they get married, they do a lot of, they come together and they set boundaries. And what are these boundaries? Okay, look, if we are quarreling, we will not disrespect each other.
Okay.
It's a boundary.
Okay.
Yes, it's a very healthy boundary.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how hungry we are, we will not use words that will disrespect each other.
Okay.
Do you understand? No matter how angry we are, we will solve our problem within ourselves. There will be no third party.
Okay.
We will be together, express ourselves without being judged. All these are healthy boundaries you can set.
But is that physically possible, especially when the ego is involved? Like,
that's why most people do it before marriage. Do you understand? That time, I call it the butterfly feelings.
So experiment with it before you marry.
Even before you marry. Do you understand?
All right,
when there's love, love is in the air. You understand? I call it the butterfly feeling when you can't seem to get enough of your partner. You understand? The first stage of marriage, that endearment stage.
Yes.
After your honeymoon, everything is, you can just sit down and set boundaries. That look, honey, if we are quarreling, please, no matter how tense it is, our anger, we will not use words that will affect us, affect you, affect me, disrespect each other. You understand? You can just be making those things. And each time that thing is arising, in argument, you remember like, only you are going beyond.
So you remind yourself?
Yes, remind yourself. It's the boundary, something you've agreed on. And somebody is going outside what you've agreed on. You can call the person to order. And the person, okay, understand, yes, okay, I'm so sorry, And it ends there almost immediately. Then another thing couple could do, when it's an heated argument, and I always tell women, be very careful. You are the home builders, not the men. The men just come and boo, 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 boo. They don't know. If the house come down, you have come down. It's assumed that you're unable to build your house.
Home,
Proverbs 14:1, that the wise woman builds her own house, not the men. So be very, very careful. When there's an heated argument, don't claim tiger. Oh, I will show you I am right. Argument does not help marriages. Argue to win. There's some women that will argue to win, to ensure that the last word is said by them. So what I tell women, think of the health of your relationship. Any words you want to bring out, I tell them, do not react, respond. There's a difference between reacting and responding.
All right.
They are big difference. Reacting is at the spur of the moment, the way they do me.
Okay.
Do you understand? I use one word because he said your father is useless. Then I said your mother and your father, your great-grand generation are useless. Do you understand? What have you just done?
Okay.
Have you helped that relationship? Though the man was very wrong by saying your mother is useless. Do you understand?
Yes.
But you as a wife, what have you done? You have even heated the thing the more. The man will go further and further away from you.
Okay.
So when I teach women what you do not react as the thing affects you immediately. Have a 5 minutes pause. relax, or 3-second pause and relax and wait. Look at what my husband has just said. But if I say this word back to him, will it help the health of this relationship, or it will pull it down? So that 3 seconds that you take, it helps to calm your nerves. Do you understand? To pause a little, to think about what you are trying to answer, what you're trying to say. That thing calms you down drastically. I've taught women, and it works. It just calms you drastically. So you do not react at the moment.
Yeah.
You will not respond. Based on how calm you are right now.
Yeah.
You could just say, look, that word you used was rather harsh. Please, I will just give you a 30 minutes break. I think this argument is getting to a level.
So walk away.
Yes, walk away. 30 minutes break does not mean you are going to walk away completely, because any issue not expressed still remains. Do you understand? So, but that heat of the argument, pause. That's why you see some men at times, at the heat of the argument with a wife, they'll just go out. They are not running away, but they are trying to avoid something, to escalate the conflict from proportion. They go. But after some time, when everybody's nerves are calm and everything, you can revisit. Revisit is very important. And revisiting it should be timely. You don't just come and revisit. Do you understand? There should be time for everything under the sun. So it's a course that I'm just trying to break down in a very like a 6 months training. Do you understand? Yeah.
Okay.
6 months training.
All right. Okay, we have this one from Pastor Sunday from Rumibo. He writes in, good morning. It's Dawn, actually, not Queen. And Harriet, I don't know what caused my lady. I've written this message before, but let's see. My lady to just stop talking to me. She blocked my line. She has not been chatting and responding to chat. Harriet, the worst of it is that I had called her severally face to face in order to hear and know what the problems are. But she couldn't answer me. She doesn't listen to me, rather walks away from me. I was so ashamed of myself with tears dropping from my eyes. Please, what will I do? Please, Harriet, help me out. All right.
Okay, so you call me later. We'll talk about this. We'll have access. Don't worry.
All right.
Just,
so that means I'll have to text him.
Yeah, text him my number.
Your
yes,
public
we'll talk
number.
About, yes.
All
yeah,
right. No problem. Okay. So we still have 5 minutes on the clock before we have to go. The boundaries thing.
Yeah.
Anymore, because I love the fact. Okay. Minus that. You talked about the woman walking away. Yes, men do it as well.
Men do a lot. Yeah.
But should it only be the woman that would have that, what I would call self-control? Because it sounds like it's a self-control thing.
Yeah.
So should it only be the woman
Emotional
exhibiting
regulation.
that? What about the man?
The man should. The man is the spiritual head.
Okay.
Do you understand? The man should, as a spiritual head. That's why you see when men, you punish your wife, don't eat her food. Do you understand? You don't know what it means. You are the spiritual head. You are to bring your family together under one umbrella and bring your wife and your children back to their creator. Do you understand? You open the channel. They are learning from you. But when you start with this kind of treatment, not eating your wife's food, you forgot that your children are watching. Your children are watching. They know that, look, if there's a conflict in the house, my father will not eat. It will keep outside. Because some men will do it up to their children. They don't speak to their children. Do you understand? That's why you see the children grow. They grow up. Even in their romantic relationship, you will see a man, any small issue, I don't want to eat. They learned it from their father's house.
From their father.
So you might not know.
How they regulate it or come out of that thing?
That is what is called emotional regulation. You have to know how, as a man, you are the spiritual head. So even if the house has an issue, it then means you are not a good leader as well. So there's an issue on your head, not just the women. The women are the home builder. They build a house, create that peaceful environment, for everybody to express themselves without being judged. The woman has his responsibility, but a man also has his own responsibility because the women are looking up to the men. As their spiritual head to lead them. We are the neck of our husbands. Our husbands are the head. They cannot flip their head without the neck. So these two people have to go together. The neck is also looking up to the head. Do you understand? And if you are the president of a country, you also want to call your cabinet members. There's an issue here. How do we do it? You don't just walk alone as, I'm the boss. Nobody. Tinubu also have people that he goes to take advice from. Do you understand? It's cabinet members. So it's very important that even as a spiritual head, you also make sure you know how to manage your home. Put boundaries when you have to put boundaries. Exercise that leadership role that God has given to you. Because some men are sleeping when it comes to your leadership responsibility. So it's very important for the man to know that, look, not eating my wife's food We even abbreviate things. It will cause an emotional distance. It will make my wife pull her away, and it will just bring fear. It's not respect. Even if you've corrected, you think you've corrected her, it will bring that fear in her. Create that distance between you and he and her, because she thinks, oh, this small thing I just this man. He refused to eat my food. So much more will he do if I do something else? Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that's what is going on in her mind, not the withdrawal, not the food. Because sometimes food is not just food given to a man. No, food is love expressed in action. So people might just think, now food. No, it's love, care, given from the woman, what God has asked the woman to do. So when you take that space out from her, what do you want her to be, to feel? Will she get closer to you? Even though you're trying to correct her, a man will say, I do that to correct her brain. Sometimes, they correct her brain. You would turn the brain upside down. That's what I told him. Do you understand? Because you cannot use punishment, emotional punishment, to create peace in a home. It's not possible.
All right.
There are better ways to do these things, set boundaries, you express yourself, clarity. It is necessary.
Indeed. All right, we're pressed for time. We have something we have to bring to you, to your notice in the next 1 minute or so. So here's what's going to happen. You loved all you've heard. You want to hear more. Yeah. We have her public number. All you need to do is send your your message to 0701-9339-962, and we'll forward you that public number if you want to have much more than this with Madam Harriet Ojegba. I'm so sorry. There are days like this. There are days like this.
I know.
Well,
I know.
This is where we have to bring the show to a close. But never fear, there's always next week Saturday.
Of course, absolutely.
All right. It's been the Family Circle with myself, Don Wilson, of course, and Madam
Harriet Ojegba.
Thank you for coming.
Always a pleasure.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I did say we had something to tell you. Next 8 minutes, we have African Gem in the building, and they're here to tell us about what African Gem is all about. I hear it's a herbal drink.
Yeah.
All right, so what makes this health drink so special?
Okay, African Gem is an amazing product that has just been introduced into the Nigerian market. Very powerful health product, and which has a lot of health benefits. Today, around the country, we are aware of the fact that a lot of medical professionals are leaving the country to look for better ways to better their life.
Okay.
and leaving Nigerians at the mercy of themselves.
Okay.
So that is why there is need for us to begin to look at an alternative of taking care of our health. And mostly, when you are in charge of your health, it is you are better opportune to decide which way to go about it. So that is why we have brought in African Gem. It's a herbal product that has five major ingredients, which are the African potato, the wild olive, St. John's wort,
Okay.
and aloe vera ferox, and also a cancer bush. Yeah.
Okay, cancer bush.
Cancer bush, yes. It's a very powerful product combined together in the right quantity, and bringing these products together helps to take a lot of health challenges, because each of these plants have potentials for medicines.
Okay.
Yeah. So we are bringing them together, bringing out there into the market for people to take it into their system and help them get better.
Okay, that's brilliant. So, of course, it's NAFDAC registered, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I hear there's a new company and it's launching tomorrow.
Yes.
It concerns the what's that thing called now? The African Gem.
Yeah.
That's the name of the drink as well.
Yes.
African Gem is actually the name of the company, and bringing a product called aloe veros herbal drink.
Okay.
That's the name of the product.
Okay,
As
I
my
see.
colleague earlier said, it is a product that has high potency to alleviate a lot of health challenges. That, like, if you are suffering from a chronic ulcer, it is a 100% remedy, ranging for any kind of ulcer. You have stomach ulcer, you have any kind of ulcer that you can think of. If you are a man suffering from erectile dysfunction, this can as well help you.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
You
so
have
it works for
with,
a numerous
sugar
number.
as
Oh,
a diabetic patient,
all right.
from type 1 to
All right.
type 2,
all right.
even as gestational diabetes.
Okay.
I assure you that the Africa aloe veros gel, which is the senior father of aloe vera, as a constituent in the product, we can take care of that.
I see. So when you say gestational diabetes,
Yeah.
It's safe for the baby?
Now, when we talk about gestational diabetes, is a diabetes that comes after you have given birth. There are people that have a gestational diabetes that will help balance all of the factors you need for a healthy child.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. So, you say it's launching tomorrow.
Yes.
So who's to attend? Date, time, venue? Yeah, all of that. The logic.
Have concerns about their health.
Okay.
One. Every person that has another person that has a health problem. Investors that wants to invest into the health sector.
Okay.
Yes, we are all calling all of Riverians to be there tomorrow at People's Club, Rumola.
Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow by 12 p.m. we'll be there. There'll be a free medical checkup.
Okay.
We have machines that will be scanning people's body to check their health condition and also recommend health advices for them. And also tomorrow, we're not just giving this drink out for people to test, we're also educating them about their health.
Okay. So there'll be like, I know they call it wine tastings. There'll be like medicine tasting?
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Medicine testing will come after educating them about each of the potency of the constituent. I want to address something. While my colleague was talking about all of the things that this drink does.
Yes.
A lot of people say, just one drink doing all of these. Yes. Now, it's because of the constituent products of this drink.
Yeah.
For example, when we talk about the St. John's wort, it contains a substance that can take care of mild to moderate depression, takes care of anxiety, takes care of sleep disturbance, and also it contains anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties.
All right.
That is St. John's, and all other wild olive takes care of blood sugar, high blood pressure, We have the African potato that it traditionally helps the immune system, helps for urinary tract and prostate complaints,
All right,
and a whole lot of them.
So some people might want to contact you before the day, maybe potential investors. Do you have any contact, maybe phone numbers or social media handles they could use to reach you?
Earlier, before now, we said the program is divided into two, which
Okay.
is the health and the wealth aspect.
All right.
And we are encouraging all partners to be there tomorrow
Okay.
as early as 12, immediately
All
after
right.
service.
All right.
And you can reach out to us with our numbers because it's going to be wow.
Give the numbers because we're almost out of time.
One of the contacts we have is 081 3298 32. Again, 081 32 9832.
All right.
The second line you can also reach out to us is 070 30 77 9122. 070 30 77 9122.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. African Gem, and it's a company. The company is bringing in this herbal drink that does a plethora of things for the body. Anybody and everybody can and should attend so long as you care about your health. Now it's tomorrow at People's Club Rumola, and of course you've heard the contact numbers, so you can reach out to them, and it starts from 12, right?
Yeah.
All right. So hopefully you guys will go there and get your health sorted. Up next is the world news. Stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in
This is Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. Here is the world news on your premium talks radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Dawn Wilson. Today in the headlines, Governor Siminalayi Fubara attributes sustained efforts in combating pipeline vandalism, illegal oil bunkering to effort of Nigerian army. More Nigerians react to scandal rocking controversial Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. Presidential candidate of NDC, Peter Obi, raises alarm over food crisis ravaging northern Nigeria. And on the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump lashes out a fresh threat against countries taking aim at domestic radicals and extremists on eve of America's 250th birthday. Now the details. Welcome back. Now the news in full. Governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, has attributed the sustained effort in combating pipeline vandalism, illegal oil bunkering, and other security threats to the effort of the Nigerian army, saying that the operations have enhanced security and contributed to increased crude oil production and national revenue. Governor Fubara spoke when he received the Chief of Army Staff, COAS, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, on a courtesy visit at the Government House, Port Harcourt. The Army Chief, accompanied by the General Officer Commanding GOC 6th Division, Nigerian Army, Major General Emmanuel Emeka, and other senior military officers, who are in the state as part of activities marking the 163rd Nigerian Army Day celebration, which is being hosted in Rivers State. Addressing the delegation, Governor Fubara said the military's success in tackling pipeline vandalism and illegal oil bunkering has significantly reduced disruptions to oil production, leading to increased crude oil output and improved revenue for the country. He also lauded the 6th Division of the Nigerian Army for its contributions to safeguarding lives and property across Rivers State, noting that the improved security situation has reinforced the state's reputation as a peaceful and investment-friendly destination. The governor congratulated Lieutenant General Shaibu on his appointment as Chief of Army Staff, observing that the Nigerian Army had recorded remarkable progress in the nation's security architecture since he assumed office. Governor Fubara reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting the Nigerian Army, assuring that the state government would continue to provide the necessary cooperation to enable military personnel discharge their responsibilities effectively. Earlier, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, said he was in Rivers State to participate in the week-long activities commemorating the 163rd anniversary of the Nigerian Army. He expressed appreciation to the Rivers State government for its unwavering support to the 6th Division, particularly the provision of infrastructure and logistics that would ensure the successful hosting of the Army Day celebration. The Army Chief explained that the anniversary celebration would feature several community-based activities designed to strengthen civil-military relations, foster mutual trust, and positively impact host communities across the state. Port Harcourt-based human rights activist Charles Jaja has criticized Rivers indigents occupying key positions in the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency over the lingering gas leak in Bile Kingdom. Speaking with Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo, Jaja said residents have endured the environmental, health and economic impact of the gas leak for more than 3 months without meaningful intervention. He questioned what role officials from Rivers State serving in the two agencies are playing if they cannot protect communities affected by oil and gas operations. Jaja also questioned whether communities should suffer simply because they are blessed with oil and gas resources. He accused the federal government of placing greater emphasis on revenue from oil and gas production than on the welfare and safety of affected communities.
River Son who has spoken out, yet we have a lot of them in key offices at federal and state level, especially in oil and gas sector and key agencies and ministries of the government, who have now watched our own brothers in Bile, suffer this sort of dehumanization. This is not just politics. This is life against negligence. And to every Rivers appointee in NOSDRA and in NUPROC, Ministry of Petroleum, NNPCL, this is the time to act, to show that you have the state at heart and to also show humanity.
The Kana Traditional Rulers Council has condemned as false and malicious a report published by a Port Harcourt-based media outlet linking the executive chairman of Kana local government area, Thomas Barriere, and the chairman of the Kana Traditional Rulers Council, His Royal Majesty King Suanu Baridam, to a criminal group. The position of the council was made known during a meeting of Kana Traditional and Paramount Rulers held in Bori on Friday, July 3, where the allegations were described as misleading and capable of inciting unrest in the area. Speaking on behalf of the traditional rulers, Mene Bua Sogo, His Royal Highness Frank Nulenam, commended Barere for his efforts in promoting peace and security through regular engagements with traditional rulers, security agencies, youth leaders, and community stakeholders. The council further demanded that the media outlet retract the report within 14 days and disclose the identities of those behind the allegations, warning that legal action may be taken if the demands are not met. The rulers also urged residents to reject misinformation, embrace lawful means of resolving grievances, and called on security agencies to investigate individuals spreading falsehoods capable of threatening public peace.
The Kana Traditional Rulers Council has observed with profound concern the circulation of a publication in both traditional and social media platforms alleging that the executive chairman of Kana local government area, Dr. Thomas Barere, and the chairman of the Kana Traditional Rulers Council, His Majesty King Suanu Baridam, are sponsors of a criminal group purportedly known as the assassin. We categorically state that these allegations are false, baseless, malicious, and inflammatory, seemingly orchestrated to incite public unrest, tarnish the esteemed reputation of our respected leaders, and destabilize the peace and progress that Khan has experienced in recent years.
A tragic road accident along the Ekwe Street axis of Ikwere Road in Mile 3 Dube, Port Harcourt, has claimed the life of a wheelbarrow pusher identified as Ifeanyi Chukwu Udo. Eyewitnesses said the victim, believed to be in his early 40s, was standing by the roadside when a commercial bus reportedly rammed into him, killing him instantly. Another pedestrian who was also struck by the vehicle survived with injuries and was rushed to a nearby clinic for treatment by traffic officials and officers of the Inkpolu Police Division. The driver of the commercial bus, identified simply as Saturday, was arrested at the scene while the vehicle was impounded for investigation. Confirming the incident, Rivers State Police spokesperson ASP Blessing Agabe Kabolo said one person died in the accident and investigations are ongoing. More Nigerians have expressed outrage over the scandal rocking the controversial Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, PFIPC, which the presidency claimed was fake but was allocated 24 billion naira in the 2026 national budget. Among those who reacted and demanded an immediate investigation into the scandal are human rights lawyer Femi Falana, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, civil rights group Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria, Huriwa, the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, and others. They also want the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, to step aside pending the investigation. Trouble started on June 11 of this year when the Office of the Chief of Staff disowned one Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi for allegedly presenting himself as Director General of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, PFIPC, and Presidential Economic Advisory Council, PEAC, which the presidency said did not exist. Bajagba Miller said he petitioned security agencies in October 2025 after forged appointment letters surfaced, and Adeyemi was later charged before the Federal High Court for forgery, impersonation, and obtaining by false pretenses. Adeyemi, however, denied all the allegations against him, saying he was ready to clear his name in court. He also demanded an independent panel from the president, claiming that his accusers were trying to silence him. He had earlier said on television that Gbajabiamila gave him appointment letter and that the court would determine if he was a criminal or not. Meanwhile, official documents exclusively obtained by newsmen have cast fresh doubt on the presidency's insistence that the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council never existed. The documents reveal that the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation received, acknowledged, and acted on correspondence submitted in the Council's name months before the presidency publicly disowned it. Specifically, the SGF's office formally processed and forwarded a request by the Council's self-styled Director General Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi seeking office accommodation from recovered federal government properties through the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. The correspondence dated November 21 of 2024 was signed by the Permanent Secretary, General Services Office, Namdi Morris Mberi, on behalf of the SGF. Attached to it was Adeniyi's November 7, 2024 request for office accommodation for the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council. Registry stamps show the letter was received by the SGF's office on November 12 before it was forwarded to the Anti-Graft Agency 9 days later. The forwarding letter, titled Request for Office Accommodation, informed the AFCC that 3 government institutions had applied for the office accommodation from recovered federal government properties. In his accompanying letter to the SGF, Adeyemi presented the PFIPC as a federal government investment promotion agency responsible for attracting foreign direct investments into Nigeria. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. A special investigator, Jim Obaze, who is being engaged by President Bola Tinubu, has suggested prosecuting the late President Muhammadu Buhari and ex-secretary to the government of the Federation, SGF boss Mustafa, over their alleged involvement in the unlawful withdrawal of $6 million from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Obaze, who spoke while testifying in the charges, said ex-President Buhari and Mustafa ought to be prosecuted along with the ex-Apex Bank boss. Emefiele is being prosecuted before the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory in Maitama by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on 20 counts of alleged conspiracy, abuse of office, and fraud. Led by the prosecuting lawyer Rotimi Oyedepo, SAN, Obaze flipped through documents relating to the withdrawn money, which were shown to him by Oyedepo, and dismissed the presidency's and Mustafa's denial of their involvement in the alleged fraud. Obaze also suggested that the manager of the Abuja branch of the CBN was at fault on the grounds that the money was released by the branch without carrying out due diligence. Presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has raised an alarm over what he described as an avoidable food crisis ravaging northern Nigeria, following a fresh United Nations report showing that over 17 million people across 9 states in the region are facing crisis-level hunger. Obi, in a post on his official X handle, said the crisis described by the World Food Programme as the worst in nearly a decade was a consequence of what he called incompetent and irresponsible leadership, given that the North remains the country's food basket. He said more than 35 million Nigerians nationwide risked slipping into hunger during the ongoing lean season, adding that over 10,000 residents of Borno State had already entered what aid agencies classify as catastrophic hunger conditions. The ex-Anambra governor attributed the crisis to 2 structural failures: insecurity and the inability of farmers to access their farmlands, saying banditry and insurgent attacks had turned agrarian communities into displacement camps. Obi called on the federal government and state leaders to move beyond political rhetoric and make transparent upfront investments in securing agricultural corridors and supporting smallholder farmers with accessible resources. He called for closer collaboration with the WFP to bridge funding gaps before the crisis claimed more lives, particularly those of children. Chief of Air Staff Air Marshal S.K. Aneke has said Nigeria's growing security threats require intelligence-led operations, closer interagency collaboration, and effective air power. He made the remarks while delivering a lecture at the National Defense. The country's security challenges have evolved beyond conventional warfare, with terrorists, bandits, and other criminal groups increasingly using technology, difficult terrain, and civilian populations to evade security forces. He stressed that security agencies must integrate intelligence from air, land, sea, cyber, and human sources to respond more effectively to emerging threats. According to the Air Chief, air power remains vital for intelligence gathering, surveillance, rapid troop deployment, border protection, and precision operations while minimizing civilian casualties. On the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has lashed out at what he called a fresh threat against the country's identity, taking aim at domestic radicals and extremists on the eve of America's 250th birthday. In a speech dripping with patriotism, President Trump lauded American exceptionalism and praised its past leaders. The president cast the rise of the left ahead of November's midterm elections that communists are on the rampage, posing a major threat to the country. While his language fell short of the more violent anti-immigrant rhetoric he has regularly wielded in past speeches, the underlying message was clear enough. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Governor Siminalayi Fubara has attributed sustained efforts in combating pipeline vandalism, illegal oil bunkering, to the efforts of the Nigerian army. More Nigerians have reacted to the scandal-rocking controversial Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. We told you that the presidential candidate of NDC, Peter Obi, has raised an alarm over food crisis ravaging northern Nigeria. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that U.S. President Donald Trump has lashed out a fresh threat against The country is taking aim at domestic radicals and extremists on the eve of America's 250th birthday. That was news as edited by Uchendu Ojowo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Don Wilson. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Catch all the latest and trending sports stories on Sports Attack on your premium talk, news, and sports radio station. 6:30 a.m. every weekday.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Seeking a self-sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sexually transmitted infections are challenges that get into the body system through sexual interaction. But the basic thing is that the causative organism is able to get into the body system and continue to divide, thereby having the privilege of affecting body cells to cause signs and symptoms. When sexually transmitted organisms get into the body system, they can be classified based on the causative organism. Some are caused by bacteria, Some are caused by virus. Some are caused by fungi and other parasites. But when they get into the body system, the manifestations that one is going to get do differ in some cases. For instance, in gonococcal infection, in a man, it may not take more than 3 days before the man will start experiencing burning sensation in the urinary tract or painful urination. And when it's getting to, let's say, 7 days, you can start noticing some discharge from the male organ. In women, it may not be like this because their genital is wider than that of men. So it can hide in their body. Some people, they can be seen as carriers. There are other organisms that can cause challenges that are different from just burning sensation or discharge from the genitals. When we talk about herpes simplex virus, people suffering from herpes simplex virus can experience blisters and ulcers in the private part that will be seen as wounds. Some can be very painful. Some can even have some discharge in form of blood, and you see that as regular wounds. In syphilis, at the beginning, there can just be pimple-like eruptions around the pubic region, which may disappear over a week or two. But that disappearance does not mean that the organism is totally cleared from the body system. It is during that period that it will be able to go into the body tissue to continue dividing, to encroach the body further. It can go to a latent stage, a stage in which the organism is inside the body as if it is sleeping or resting. But if anything happens that triggers it, definitely one will start experiencing serious challenges. When we have all this, and we fails can set in. In women, when complications are already appearing, there can be serious menstrual pains. In some women, there can be discharge coming from the genitals that can even have offensive odor. In some, it is possible for them to experience serious lower abdominal pains. Most times, these do follow their monthly menstrual bleed. In some women, if it is allowed to continue, you discover that the fallopian tube can be damaged, a situation where this area will be blocked totally. That will be seen as blockage of fallopian tube, which can really lead to infertility in women. It can be primary infertility or secondary infertility, as the case may be. In men, when infectious agents are able to stay and proliferate, that is divide, to encroach the body tissues very well, definitely the sanctuaries of the body can be reached. Part of the sanctuaries of the body is the testicles. When they get into the testicles, it can lead to orchitis, a situation where the bulbs, that is the testicles, will become very painful. It can be swollen. And at that stage, the lifespan of sperm cells coming from these testicles can reduce, or they reduce in number. When they reduce in number, that can lead to oligospermia. But if nothing is done, and this is allowed to continue for a certain length of time in the body, it is possible for all the cells to become dead, a situation where we have azoospermia. In such situations, it will be impossible for such a man to impregnate his woman as a result of a sexually transmitted infection that has been poorly handled or that has been ignored. Part of the complications of sexually transmitted infections in men is a situation where a man is unable to stand like a man like he used to do before. And that's why we say, whenever we experience anything that is strange in our body system, it is very important for one to visit competent healthcare giver who will be able to give the right advice to get out of the challenge. In other words, if one is faced with challenges that have to do with sexually transmitted infections, having burning sensation, painful urination, discharge from the genitals, blisters, wounds, mind you, having all these challenges is not the end of the road. It's 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
Is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, bekelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket, full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM.
1 FM.